right? The long, long goodbye.
Ah, good morning, Wise. How'd you sleep? Since you're already up, come grab some breakfast with us.
Are you using ray tracing? No, I'm not using ray tracing. And no DX12 or whatever either.
Having breakfast together with you guys every morning like this, I don't know, it just feels like it makes even my daily maintenance feel more like a special ritual, you know?
A special ritual of eating motor oil.
Wise and I have gotten into a much
I wonder why
healthier
you're
routine.
lagging. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Wise, how come you got two
It's always
fried
been like
eggs?
that though.
Hand one over.
It's fine.
I want another one too, with ketchup.
Ketchup, yeah.
Wait, Cecilia, that's not ketchup! That's my maintenance oil!
Oh, no, not the maintenance oil. Did you sleep enough, Cecilia?
What's wrong, Cecilia? Those dark circles are pretty intense. Did you have a rough night?
Aw.
Yeah, it's all because of that thing Norma sent us, that alarm gadget thingy. I was all ready for it, no matter what time.
Cecilia's VA already
I was
eating
gonna
really
shit
hard, by the
bully
way.
you, like, right away. Then we'd go catch the culprit red-handed. But it's been days.
She's so
And that
good.
thing has not made a
She's so
single
good.
peep. But I still couldn't let myself sleep too soundly. It was terrible last night. I counted tens of thousands of eggs, and still.
I counted tens and
couldn't
thousands of
get a wink
eggs.
of sleep.
Yeah.
Dude, she can
Last
count
night
to
stirred up so
1,000.
much
That's actually kind
trouble
of
before.
impressive.
Why would they suddenly disappear these past few days? Wait. Don't tell me our secret operation's already been compromised.
Secret is the spotlight of this patch? I hope maybe we become emotionally attached to Secret then.
I don't think so. The truth behind the Bangbu corruption incidents was never made public. As far as I know, the only people who really know what happened are Lady Dracaena and us. But from the culprit's perspective, now would be the perfect time to make a move. We still haven't figured everything out, and we're all being thrown off by those false leads. They seem to have vanished into thin air. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment.
Well, if we're talking about recent events in Rose Califer, then yeah, all those outsiders showing up on the island fits the bill, right?
Yeah. That really cool Sunbringer lady did mention something like that.
That
Wait,
really
this
cool
culprit-
Sunbringer lady.
They're not planning to use the crowd and all the confusion to launch an ambush, are they?
Oh, maybe.
Probably not, right? I heard today's welcome tea party is being hosted by the ESD. Valina and Norma will both be there, plus all three Sunbringers. How dumb would this guy have to be to try anything right under their noses? Fair. But something still feels off. I guess we'll just have to see how things play out. Oh, right. Wise, what about Toby? The Bangbu we saved with Valina's security key? Has his memory data been restored yet?
Oh, right! Norma said before that he might have a key clue about the culprit.
I haven't heard anything either. All I know is that ever since the vaccine plugin was completed, Norma's been completely swamped. She hasn't replied to any of my messages these past few days.
Aw, man. She's already that busy, and Valina still called her to the tea party to help with the guests. Sheesh.
Tea party time.
Why do I get the feeling any guest who ends up dealing with a certain super cranky chief technician is gonna have it even worse?
Yeah.
Breakfast is just about done. Billy, Cecilia, let's go grab those
I like
supplies we
how
talked about
they're
yesterday.
eating breakfast and we're also eating,
Sounds good.
technically, I guess, kind of
Anytime.
breakfast also.
I'll stop with motor oil while the sale's on.
Dude, breakfast, Panda Express for breakfast goes kind of
And
hard.
my pudding, half-price pudding. I'm buying a whole case and stashing it in the fridge. Wise, you're really not coming with us?
Something just came up. There's been a bit of an issue with the HDD, and I'll need some time to deal with it. You guys go on ahead.
Yeah, Wise already gave me his shopping list. Let's go ahead without him this time. Well then, I'll leave things on that end to you, Wise. Huh? Why do I get the feeling you two are hiding something from us? You're totally overthinking it. More importantly, if we don't hurry, your pudding might sell out.
No, not the pudding!
Let's go, let's go!
Go! We have to go now. No, not the pudding. Anything but that, please. Think about what to do next.
Finally, I have Amber Hall all to myself.
The pudding.
It's almost time. That girl.
That girl.
She does have quite the knack for making things difficult.
Talk about Remielle.
It's broad daylight. How is she planning to get here? Don't tell me she's going to climb through the window in the middle of the day. Maybe I should wait upstairs.
Going through the window? Oh my god. Ooh la la. Huh? Someone's here?
Huh? Someone's here? Who could it be? And of all the times. Alright, I'll see who it is first, then figure out how to handle this.
Okay. Watch her just be at the front door.
Who could it be?
Oh, it's... What? The roarer? But you're right there. But the roarer is right there. There's two?
Hello! Your food delivery is here!
Wow. Huh?
Food delivery? We weren't expecting any... Oh, wait. That voice. It's you?
The fact that there was two of them on screen is so
You
funny.
recognized my voice right away. And I could have sworn I sounded pretty convincing. Come on.
Yo.
Don't just stand there in silence.
Give me a hand. A hand?
A hand? What do you need help with?
So,
Er,
the head is a little smaller on the inside than it looks, which means, yeah, I accidentally got stuck in it. Could you help me?
Could you help me? That's so funny. Can you help me get undressed, please? Right off the bat is wild.
Whew. What a relief. I had no idea it would be so stuffy inside that costume. I nearly suffocated.
Right. The legendary first-generation Void Hunter.
Why does he
got
always
sold by
look
a
so
mascot
upset
costume.
when he's talking to
Wait a
women?
second.
Please make it
Where
make
did you get it?
sense.
Where's the real Mr. Roar?
Him? Probably still wandering somewhere in a hollow. as we
You
speak.
deserted him in a hollow? You gotta be kidding me.
You must be
He
joking.
doesn't want cooties. He's
Of
always so
course I
confused.
was
He's like, please don't
joking.
touch me.
This isn't Mr. Roar's outfit. It's just the same design. That's all. See? Did you truly think I tossed
Absolutely,
you
my
into a
queen. Say
hollow?
less. Yeah, real.
You really have that little faith in me?
Aw, kitten.
Personally, I'd say a certain someone brought this on herself.
Yeah?
A certain someone who never says anything straight, only speaks in half-truths and riddles, then disappears halfway through.
That's the fun part about the Q&A game. No.
Think about your understanding. Everything you know. Have you ever heard of the word enchainer?
I have.
Enchainer.
I mean, I have, but he clearly
Doesn't
hasn't.
ring a bell. What is it?
This is actually kind of big lore.
Just a
I'm
second.
locking in.
Helios never tells you anything that truly matters. But your teacher... Never mind. Let me think. Where should I begin? To put it simply, think of them as emissaries of the Creator.
Emissaries.
Or rather, the true rulers of the Great Hollows.
Emissaries of the creators? The illusion of truth, by the way?
Emissaries of the Creator?
No need to look so surprised. Haven't you already encountered something similar?
Yes?
You mean, from that time in Lemnian Hollow? The Creator's vessel?
Bingo. You got it. Still, while it bore some resemblance to an enchainer, it still had quite a long way to go before it could truly become one. Of course, had you not stopped it back then and instead let it fully absorb the Qingming Sword's power, it likely would have fully evolved into the enchainer of Lemnian Hollow.
Oh, that's crazy.
It would have
Okay.
gained full dominion over the laws within Lemnian Hollow, whether that's miasma or any
else. Just thinking about it, that would have been a tough battle.
Enchainer's Chiming Sword. Hold on. How did we get this far off topic? Weren't we discussing Gerta Blulu?
We are, aren't we? This is a topic related to Gerta Blulu. The Gerta Blulu as it stands now
Is it?
less of an enchainer and more akin to
Also, hi. Oh my god, hi.
of all times. Never mind. Our little Q&A session ends here for tonight.
She does not seem happy to be like, our Q&A
In the
game.
morning, I'll come find you again.
In the morning.
Keep it a secret, won't you? Imagine if anyone found out that Mr. Transfer Student is actually a partner in crime to Miss Fugitive.
Hot.
Just thinking about the trouble that would cause gives me a headache.
That gives me something, that's for sure.
Wait, Remielle, don't go.
Yeah, it gives me
Finish what
something,
you were
that's for
saying.
sure.
I never took you for the type to keep score. It's already been a whole week.
I'll admit, I can hold a grudge. You made me wait a whole week, leaving me with a half-finished riddle. Care to finally explain, Miss Fugitive?
Oh, don't be such a sourpuss, little grudge holder.
Oh, she really just called him
Peeking
kitten.
into
That's
every
crazy.
little thing.
Oh my god.
People might start thinking you're terribly controlling, you know. Let's return to the topic we left unfinished that night. What exactly are Gerta Blulu and Bashmu?
Bashmu.
The answer is quite simple. They're both enchainer larvae.
Oh, like a bug.
Beings with the potential to become enchainers, but have yet to do so.
Larva?
Enchainer larva.
Correct. Similar things appeared in my time as well, but no one ever learned where they truly came from. And now, that thing you encountered in Lemnian Hollow, perhaps someone has finally found a way to create or control an enchainer larva. Who can say?
Who could say? Hello? I'm not crying.
As for the key to whether the larva can become an enchainer, I imagine you have already guessed the answer.
Here, I got you, Chad. Bow, 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 bow. There you go. Sorry, I was like trying to add something to 7TV. Oh, did it not even add it? I don't even know if it actually added it or not. I tried.
Could it be a Void Hunter weapon?
Uh-huh. You're half right.
Oh, I don't know if it actually added. I thought we were on auto. Why is it making me not do anything? Why? Why? Why?
What do
It's
you
on
mean?
auto.
What else could it be besides a Void Hunter weapon?
Now that's a whole new question, Mr. Rule Breaker. It's my turn to ask one. That ability you tapped into when you faced Gerta Blulu, the one that lets you interfere with singularity.
Oh, maybe it did add it.
How has that been progressing? Can you use it reliably now?
No?
Sorry, I haven't been able to do anything like that since then. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how I managed it in the first place. I had intended to ask Lady Dracaena about it, but she hasn't shown up for the last few treatment sessions. I never got another
Oh, it does
chance.
work. Perfect.
That's tricky.
Your computer's
Yeah, I was
laggy
thinking.
a little bit. I need to readjust
Thinking
some
what
settings, I think.
exactly?
That you might help me find Gerta
I
Blulu.
had to refresh my
I'm
browser.
looking for it too, you see. Will you help me out?
She's
Yeah, I
looking
can
for
help
Gerta
you.
Blulu too?
Yeah, I can give you a
Why?
hand.
No, wait. Before that, why did she come to Rose Califer in the first place?
If you have a question, just ask. It's written all over your face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Airspace Patrol
you
has
free?
been conducting
Oh.
a full-scale search for Gerta Blulu and Bashmu. Yet they've turned
Wrong
up nothing.
question, apparently.
And you, the wanted fugitive who attempted to assassinate Lady Sunbringer, are also one of their targets.
Is this you trying to draw a line between us?
No, I was just wondering if those two things...
Belle, wife, are you in?
Oh, run! No, the other wife is coming. Felina!
Huh? Was that Valina? What's she doing here?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Remielle, quickly.
Into the closet.
Please pardon me. It's about something urgent, so I let myself in.
Hi!
Hi! The way he sounds is so funny. Oh my god.
Valina?
Good morning. Are you
Good morning.
having breakfast with Mr. Roar?
Yes.
Huh?
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh my god,
right.
hi.
Mr. Roar and I are...
No, Lady Valina. I only stopped by.
Which one was it? Valina? Which one was it?
Huh? Was that Valina? What's she doing here? Hi! Sorry.
Hi! Hi!
No, sorry. Good morning, Valina. Hi!
Oh my god, hi! That's so funny.
Lovely, handsome gentleman's order. Order?
Oh my god.
Right. Billy's... No, sorry. Cecia's birthday is coming up, so I wanted to order a cake for her.
But this absent-minded gentleman forgot to choose a flavor. That's why I'm here to confirm it with him. Rawr.
Rawr.
Looks like you two have serious business to handle, so I won't keep you any longer, Rawr. As for the flavor, sir, give it a little more thought. I'll stop by again tomorrow morning to confirm your choice. Rawr!
She's not
Mr.
look
Roar
convinced.
seems somewhat different from usual today.
Maybe a little.
She's not convinced. And she's like, who
By
the fuck
way,
was that?
What brings you here today?
Yes, I do have a rather audacious request. Wise, I would like you to accompany me to today's tea party.
Tea party. Tea party.
You'd like me to accompany you to a tea party?
Yes, you must have heard already. Guests from New Eridu will be arriving today. I have reserved Cup a Moment and prepared a welcome tea party for everyone.
Ah, cup of moment.
Originally,
Like the
Norma
only
was
tea
supposed to
place.
attend as the technical expert, but Toby's memory restoration has reached a critical stage.
Oh,
And she simply can't step away right now.
okay.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you'd like me to attend in Norma's place?
It's because he was Pig?
Not quite like that. Wise, I would like you and Belle to attend with me as the collaborators recommended by Mayor Mayflower. On top of that, since you arrived on our island a little earlier, I believe sharing your experience here with the guests at the tea party would help everyone settle in a bit faster.
I see.
Got it. Belle went shopping with Billy and Cecilia earlier, but I can go with you.
Okay.
Thank you for understanding, Wise. Let's go.
Sure. Let's head out.
There'll be quite a few important guests at the tea party, right?
There's no need to be nervous.
Oh, do I need to restart? I'm not gonna do that. Crowd density high. Maybe put it to medium. Some graphic settings will take effect after switching areas or restarting the game.
It isn't a formal occasion.
Switching areas. Let me just like TP real quick. And then we'll go back, I guess, and see if that fixes it. I just need Rose Caliber to not be so insanely bonk, please. Dubu Astrum system. I need to... Can I just like do Can I go? I don't know the controls apparently. Would you like to continue? I would like to continue. Maybe that fixes it. You know, at least we don't have to close out of the game fully. We could just log back in. It's okay, I guess.
Lady Linvern, thank you for inviting us.
Eldrada was the one.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What? No. Huh? Oh, which one is it? Oh, no, there's things in there. Don't eat it. I don't know. There's a thing in there? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, mine's fine. What about yours? No, yeah, sure. Take it. Please, you next. Oh, this is where this is from. Aha. No! Yay!
Lively.
Yippee! I kind of like Clarette's model. I don't think she looks that bad.
Amazing. It was like magic. I could barely keep up.
To go to such lengths as to curate this exquisite opening, you truly have gone above and beyond.
With the immense weight Rose Califer carries, I had to admit.
Are people
I imagined it
complaining?
would be a more
Yeah.
solid place.
Yeah,
Relax,
people don't
Mr.
like Clarette's
Owen.
model.
Even those of us in HSO don't work with stern faces every day.
Of
For a
course
special
they are.
occasion
Yeah,
like this, we
classic.
should
They'll switch up
always
it whenever she
celebrate.
releases. Don't worry, chat.
Yes. To be honest, I
It's the
also
classic bait
expected
and
Rose
switch.
Califer to feel more dignified at first. But this is pretty nice too, isn't it? Just the right air to talk about cooperation.
They like compared her to Bernice. I don't like there's like an image of Bernice and Clarette side by side, and they're
Thank
just
goodness
like,
we were
look at
spared
this
any
bunk
major
model, and I'm like, what are you
complications.
talking about? Like she looks fine.
What happened just now? That wasn't part of your plan.
Age did
was
that
it?
too. They look okay. I don't know why.
If I'm not mistaken, this little mishap is the handiwork of those little ones from the
But Age
Emma
likes
gang.
Clarette. I do too. Yeah. I also like Clarette.
Enna gang. Judging by the name, is it related to Bangbu?
Indeed. In Rose Califer, many small groups form spontaneously among Bangbu, almost like clubs. The Enna gang is one of them. As for the Bangbu there, they always say they're acting in the interest of Rose Califer and all Bangbu. But to everyone else, what they do looks more like pranks.
Hey, you're so
For
right about that.
example, a few days before your arrival, the huge pile of bananas in front of Aurelia Academy was also their doing. It was their way of voicing their grievances against the newest logic cores.
Ah,
I
interesting.
heard they originally planned to lay out banana peels, but Bangbu do not eat bananas, and they did not want to waste food, so they simply stacked the bananas instead.
That's actually kind of
As it
funny.
turned out, the students thought they were a special courtesy arranged by the ESD, and they were quite delighted for a while.
So?
So that's what you call doing the right thing for the wrong reasons.
Oh!
At the same time, they don't have bad intentions. What harm could those Bangbu possibly mean?
Wait,
They're
who
only a little uneasy about
who-
recent changes on the island.
voiced her?
It's fine.
Who voices her?
Indulging their wild ideas once in a while can count as a little.
Her
break
she
from
sounds
work,
so
I'd say.
familiar.
Not everyone can handle their
I
antics as
love
effortlessly
medium
as you do,
Sunbringer.
Lady
I don't know if
Linvern.
we know yet. She sounds so familiar. Lady Linvern.
Lady Linvern. That sounds familiar.
Sunbringer.
Wait, this is...
The Sunbringer.
Allow me to make a
I love the
formal
Sunbringer the most out of
introduction.
all of them.
Wise, this is the director of the Airspace Patrol Department, Lady Linvern Sunbringer.
But I love all the
My,
411
no need for
cuties.
the lady business. How many times have I said it? We're far past the point of formalities, aren't we? Then again, no matter how many times I say it, in all of Rose Califer, aside from Eldrada and little Dracena, Claret's about the only one who doesn't treat me like
Supposedly
their boss.
Erica Lynn Beckett. What other characters does she
Not just
voice?
anyone can be like Miss Clarette and end up becoming Lady Linfern's creditor.
All right. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, Wise. I am Lindvern, Director of Airspace Patrol. I've already heard a bit about you from Dracy and Sigrid. I didn't expect you to uncover an important clue about the Bangbu corruption incidents right after arriving.
Jesse in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm not a Final Fantasy enjoyer.
You're too kind, Lady Linvern. I really didn't do too much.
I don't know who that is.
Well, I'll be counting on you later, all right? Oh, also, no more lady this and lady that.
Just call me
Call me
Linvern.
Linvern.
Okay, I'll try to get used to it. Wait, later? What exactly are we doing later?
What else? The trope
Lady
of team,
Nagan,
of course.
My Hero
Terrible on
Academia.
occasions like this. All that stiff
Wow,
etiquette, the small
okay.
talk, having to smile the whole
Okay.
time. Eldrada or Dracy should have attended, but
Damn.
Eldrada's been busy with who knows what lately, and Dracy's tied up with the CCD's singularity leakage. So I had no choice but to make an appearance. Dealing with all that formality, just thinking about it is exhausting. So, I spoke with Valina.
Well,
Misty from
actually,
Cyberpunk
Lady
also.
Linfern was the
Oh.
one who insisted on asking you to come.
So you haven't told him yet, Valina? Oh well, no matter. You look like the
She's
type who's good at
Chevy from
socializing.
Genshin?
I'll
I don't know
leave
who
it
that
to you,
is.
Alright?
There's too many characters
At
in
this
Genshin
point,
now. I can't keep
I don't
up.
think I really have room to refuse. The third Sunbringer, Linvern of Airspace Patrol. I never expected her to be like this.
The girl with the
And what you
musket.
mentioned earlier, the singularity leakage at the CCD.
The one that's like
Speaking of which,
Electro?
Lady Lind-
I think I know who you're
Linvern,
talking about.
Has the singularity leakage at the CCD still not been cleared up?
Yeah, it seemed to have returned to normal at the time, but the surrounding area hasn't fully left its activated state. In other words, it's only dormant for now, and could flare up again nearby at any moment. I've already sent people to help handle
Oh,
it, but
that
Tracy
one,
will
the
probably be
small
busy for a
one.
while yet.
Yes, I know.
Once she's
Okay,
done,
now that you
I'll
showed me the
ask her
picture,
what
I know what you're talking
happened.
about.
And maybe
I know who you're
pinch
talking about
those
now.
little cheeks of hers too. Oh, right. Speaking of talking to people, don't forget to say hello to Claret later.
Claret?
Claret?
That girl over there. See her? The blonde one with the expression that says, "You owe me 200 million denny, so pay up before you even talk." She's the director of Flint Workshop and the current heir to the Flint family.
The Flint
All
family.
the porcelain used during your treatment was produced at the workshop in Virium.
The
I only
Flint
returned from
family
there with
is the
her
one that makes the
yesterday.
Void Hunter weapons, right,
In a
chat?
sense, she's your benefactor.
So the moment has finally come. Good luck, Wise. I believe you can survive this trial.
Okay, sure.
Wait, why do I feel like this is getting more dangerous by the second? Nothing terrifying is going to happen, right?
Right?
No, Claret isn't that frightening.
I love her
She's just a
VA.
little
Her VA
nervous,
work is so
that's all.
good. This is definitely my
If you're
favorite
really
Sunbringer.
worried, I'll teach you a little trick. Compliment her. Anything will do.
Compliment
does
her.
wonders.
Women love compliments, chat. And people in general just like hearing nice things. Let me reiterate that, chat. Just in general, people like to hear nice things. Yeah, a nice little compliment here and there goes a long way. Oh, look at her. She's so cute. And she's so smart. She's taller than I thought. But she got the heels on. Hey, baby, you stinky. That's not a compliment. That's kind of mean. I showered yesterday. Maybe that's why Saucy got, like, sacrificed. I did shower yesterday. I was very washed. Also, I thought Claret would be kind of taller. A broccoli ambush? I'm hiding amongst these snacks? How what? Broccoli, you say? Must face this terrifying food. Broccoli? You did what? I know, I took a shower yesterday. I'm sorry. Your polls went way better than anyone else's, to be fair. take a shower. I was really dirty. I needed it. I needed it. I needed to chat. To endure something like broccoli, the people of New Eridu, that's so funny. Dirty kitty, I'm sorry. I was icky. I needed it. I was a little icky. I'm not gonna talk to this guy. I don't know if I actually care. Let's talk to Claret. Looking.
So, who are you? Another outsider? You've been staring at me for quite a while. Got something to say?
She sounds familiar
Or
too.
Is this some kind of new Eridu etiquette?
My apologies, Miss Claret. I was just considering how best to express my gratitude to you.
Gratitude? Are you sure you've got the right person? Did I help you with something? Oh, wait, I get it. So you're the one Dracaena and the others were trying to save.
She's Milani? Oh,
Yes,
really? Okay.
That's me. Thank you very much for
In
your help during the
Morgana
treatment.
from Persona? Oh shit,
forgot to
she's the
introduce
cat?
myself.
I guess that makes
My name is
sense.
Wise. Nice to meet you, Miss Claret.
I hear it.
Help. Funny, I don't remember doing anything like that.
I can't unhear it once I've heard.
All
No, I
remember is
agree.
someone
Yeah.
sweet-talking me into investing in some ridiculous long-term
Oh yeah,
treatment
she
project.
definitely sounds like
Then
Persona
burning
5
through
kitty
at
cat.
least 3 days worth of my workshop's porcelain output in a single day. As for how that turned out,
Did someone say pancakes?
that
Yeah,
has
she got
nothing
some
to do
type of
with you
cake.
or that byproduct inside you. I'll go have a nice little chat with that innocent-faced little liar myself.
Look at these like
She
little
really doesn't pull any
ghosts.
punches.
What are these? I don't know what these are, but I'm kind of into whatever these
Maybe
things
I should
are
try
on her
complimenting
head.
her like Lindgren suggested. That might help ease the tension.
Is there anything else?
I'm truly sorry.
I'm truly
I never
sorry.
imagined my treatment would require so much.
They're
porcelain.
skulls.
I know this is an exceptionally rare.
They do
material
kinda look
that
like
only
skulls,
Flint
you're
Workshop
right.
Can produce. I'm deeply grateful for your generosity, and I won't forget it.
Good. At least you understand. Hey, wait! Don't just bow all of a sudden. You don't need to be that formal just to thank me. Everyone's watching.
Everyone's watching.
Honestly,
Stop.
Fine, I'll let it slide since you're at least being reasonable about it. Drop by my workshop sometime. I'll personally take a look at that etheric other situation of yours.
That etheric
I'd like to know
other
what my family's
situation.
porcelain ended up being used for, shouldn't I?
Please don't worry, Miss Claret. I'll do everything I can to make up for your losses and prove your investment was worthwhile.
The
All
Rizzler
right,
strikes
all right.
again.
Dracaena and Lindfern say the exact same thing every time they're trying to squeeze more porcelain out of me. I've heard it all before.
Miss Claret, you're really kind.
What type of weapon do you think she's gonna
Don't
use?
Suddenly say things like that. People are going.
I don't
to
think
get
we
the
know
wrong
yet,
idea.
right?
Anyway, I won't hold the porcelain thing against you today. I mean, none of this was your fault to begin with. In a few days, I'm gonna track down Dracaena and settle this properly. This time, I won't let her bat her eyelashes and worm her way out.
I'm guessing
of
a
it.
hammer because of workshop.
Somehow,
Big
my
scissors.
impression
Yo,
of
she
Lady
can scissor
Dracaena
me any
has
day.
changed somewhat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm getting pole arm also, but Secret also uses a pole arm, so I'm not
Helena,
quite sure.
Secret. What's wrong?
I mean, like, but Secret also
happened?
uses like a shield. It's like a little different.
No need to be so tense, Wise. It's just a small matter.
A hammer
Not
makes
all
sense
the
though.
guests scheduled to arrive on the island today have shown up yet.
Kind of like a
One of
Coletta
the
hammer.
airships ran into some trouble while passing through the storm belt. That held
What if she
things
uses
up
like a
bit.
whip?
They're just now pulling into port. The tea party's already halfway through, and neither Lady Lindvern nor I, since we're the ones hosting, can just slip away in the middle of it.
So, I will be the one in charge of welcoming this batch of guests. And
Screwdriver, bless,
Mr.
please.
Wise, I would like you to come along with me.
Cecilia already kind of has a whip. Yeah, Cecilia's kind of got that weird pole arm whip thing going on.
I have to go too?
Well, here is my request. Most of the guests aboard this airship are scholars specializing
The
in
drawing
hollow
of Secret,
technology.
yeah,
Compared to
the
warriors of
Remielle did,
airspace
so
patrol,
cute.
I think
So
they
cute.
would find much more to talk about with Mr. Wise.
I see. Got it. Leave it to me.
Your understanding is appreciated. Now then, no time to waste. let us move out.
Move out.
Today's tea party was a close call, but we came through safely. I hope this marks a good beginning.
Here she is. What? You look like you still have something to say. Just so we're clear, I don't have all day. I'd like to know more about you. It's just that I admire you. What? Who just asked something like that? Look, stick around long enough and you'll figure it out. Any other questions? What about the Flint workshop? Porceloy. Anything else you want to ask? She gets flustered so easily. Real. Oh, there's an ad. Ad time. I think that's it. It's really nice to meet you. Getting awfully familiar, aren't we? Volina. I can't believe those two are running the CCD and the AAD. Bow, 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 bow. Do you think we're running? I mean, this is running a tiny bit more smoothly, but I feel like it's still kind of unoptimized. It's a little bit better. The tiniest bit better. I mean, like, sure. Yo, that handprint. Sorry, that was me. I did that. So sorry, that was me. How do I jump? Time to go down. I don't think I've ever gone down. Haters will say it's AI generated. Dude, real? You're so right. That handprint was AI generated. There's so many notifications, and I want them to all go away. There's so many notifications. Uppies. I love that you're running instead of TPing. Listen, I have done nothing in Rose Califer. Listen here, pal. I haven't done any exploration in Rose Califer. You've done all of it, basically. I'm just kind of enjoying my RP moment. Let her RP walk. I'm being for real. Let me enjoy my little walkies.
The guests should be leaving the station soon. Let us wait here for a moment.
The last time I was here was just after
It's
we
so
first arrived on the
soulful.
island. Left familiar 6th Street with Norma and
I love that you drive
set foot in
everywhere. It's
Rose
really
Califer for the first
soulful.
time.
6th Street. I believe I have heard of it. Is that where you reside in New Eridu, Mr. Wise?
Yes. Belle and I
It gives
run a
me an
video
opportunity
store
to talk
here
with
called
chat.
Brandon Play.
A little
We live there as
walkies.
well.
A video store. Come to think of it, the temporary stall in front of Amber Hall is... Ah, I see.
That explains it.
That explains it.
If you're interested, Sigrid, you could get a membership for our shop. It offers decent discounts, makes renting tapes much easier, and works at the stall too.
I shall give your suggestion due consideration, Mr. Wise.
Mr. Wise.
The guests have arrived. Mr. Wise, let us greet them.
Mr. Wise. Please, just call me Wise. Mr. is a little too, Mr. Wise is my father. There you go.
Honored guests, you have come a long way. I am Sigrid de Lazure, Deputy Director of the Rose Califer Airspace Patrol Department. On behalf of Rose Califer, I extend my sincerest welcome to you all. This is Mr. Wise.
Are you ready?
A holo navigation specialist referred to us by
I
New
guess.
Orleans City Administration.
I don't know what I'm getting ready for.
He has
I'm locking
previously
in.
worked
I'm
with the
locked in.
External Strategy Department and the Central Computing Department.
You're too kind. I only arrived a few days before everyone else, but I hope I can offer a few useful pointers for your time in Rose Califer.
Greetings. I am Salvi, the interim leader of this expedition and a member of the White Star Institute. My research mainly focuses on ethereal ecology. Please allow me to introduce the other guests traveling with me. This is Professor Oakley from Metis Academy. And this
Metis
is Miss
Academy.
Martin, a peer of mine at the White Star Institute. Both are scholars who have spent years studying the
My
fundamental
lore
properties
streamer.
of hollows.
Yeah, that's
This
me.
is Miss Truvia, daughter of Mr. Mossient, the head of High Ambitions Corp. Like you, she is also a specialist in hollow navigation.
What?
Truvia?
Can't be.
That's crazy.
It's really her.
Oh boy. Oh!
Hell yeah, we were always gonna win this one. Icarus 2 points, Phaethon 0.
Oh boy. This is we're going through a lot right now. This is a lot. I slept through it and rescheduled it for next week. Yeah, but you streamed for like a long time last night. You were still streaming when I went to bed.
Nothing to brag about. Not satisfied? Fine then. Let's run it back tomorrow. Bring it on! We've got all the time in the world. I could go head to head with you for a lifetime.
A small bell.
Looks like someone's gonna be losing.
He's up till 4 a.m. my time. What the heck? Jeez. Yeah, I was honkshoe me.
What did you just say? I'm saying, what's that got to do with me?
Truvia, you... Why? You could have easily... Truvia I know would never say something so cruel.
Cruel? How do you have the nerve to call me cruel? You two, you're the ones who are...
Oh.
Forget it. Let's just say goodbye here, Phaethon.
Ooh.
I know I said goodbye, but I still hope that for the rest of this life, we never have to see each other again.
What?
That really is Truvia.
Oh, she's got this ugly outfit on
Why
though.
is she here? In Rose Califer?
Well, her eyes look
Did she already
crazy,
know
by the
Bill
way.
and I are here? No, she probably didn't. Right. They just introduced her as the heir of the head of High Ambitions Corp.
Yes,
Should I pretend I
and
don't know her? Or no?
I'm so glad you think it's
She
ugly
seems
too.
familiar to me
Yeah, but they gotta give her an
Should I
ugly
say hi?
outfit so she get that glow up when she turns into storyteller.
Never mind. When it comes down to it.
Wise. Mr. Wise.
Yes? Yes.
Mr. Wise. Mr. Salvi just mentioned that since both you and Miss Truvia here are
I actually
experts
don't think
in-
they're the
in
same
hollow
person.
navigation,
She
you
got
should
that
have quite a few
Timu Hex
topics in common.
Maniac fit. She looks like a Homura
Well,
Akemi
I'm
from
not really an expert or anything.
Madoka Magica.
When it comes to
Yeah, she got that
specialized knowledge
vibe.
and technical skills, you'd really want to consult Miss Truvia for that.
You give me too much credit. Our group primarily researches civilian equipment and technology. I
Yeah,
work on
I'm
research
starting to believe
specialists.
less and less that
Why are two talented
she
young
is
folks like you being so modest?
storyteller.
All right.
Not
Mr.
Homura.
Wise also
She
have a
looks
younger
just
sister?
like her. Just
That's
like
right.
her.
Then it seems I recognize you correctly. To be honest, you and your siblings' names have come up several times in our institute's recent research logs. Naturally, I became curious and looked into it a bit. That's when I discovered Mr. Wise and Miss Truvia.
Don't give them a
Not
whiff of the
only do your
time
research
travel.
interests overlap,
Yeah, I
but you
mean,
also share another connection.
no thanks.
You both studied at Helios Academy. And around the same time, no
Okay,
less.
but hear me out.
That's
What if
correct,
like
Professor Salvi.
what if it's
Wise
like
and I
a
were
like a
both students
storyteller
of
is like a
Remielle's academy
generational
once.
thing?
It's just after the fall of the
And
old
like her
capital,
ancestor was
we
like a
never
s-
saw
like
each
and
other
then now
again.
she like you know what I mean? Like it's like a
My,
passed
so it
down
truly
thing.
is as I suspected. Once we reach the tea party, I'm sure you two former classmates will have plenty to catch up on. Unlike an old man such as myself, at my age, there are hardly any classmates left to reunite with.
I suppose you're right.
Why did it just like skip over what he was
Professor Salvi
saying?
certainly knows how to put people on the spot.
We'll
I need
see
to
after
think of
this
something.
quest. Oh,
We can't
okay, we're
spend
gonna
the next
find
few
out
hours
eventually.
like
I
this.
see.
I would love the chance to speak with Mr. Wise a little longer, but the journey
Yeah,
was
I think
rather
Storyteller
rough,
was at the end
and I'm
of
afraid I'm feeling
Remielle,
a bit airsick.
whatever, trailer.
If I were to attend the tea party in this state, it would hardly be proper.
Sorry, Miss Truvia. That was our oversight. We did not account for a situation like this. Today's tea party is just a casual welcome we have put together for you all. You do not need to worry about a thing. We will
Yeah,
be
like a
hosting
generational
proper formal
thing.
reception for everyone down the line. If you are feeling a bit under the weather, how about having Mr. Wise accompany you for a stroll in the nearby park so you can rest?
Huh?
Huh?
Miss Truvia politely declined the tea party. She probably wants to catch up with her old classmate who she has not seen in ages.
I don't think that's what it is, but okay.
Mr. Wise, too.
No.
He seems to have a lot to say to Miss Truvia.
Maybe no.
Yes, that must be it.
No, I think you're
Then
getting the
allow
wrong
me
idea here,
to
Porce.
lend you all a helping hand.
No, she's so proud. She's so proud.
Since
Oh my
Deputy
god,
Director
she's so
Secret
proud.
has suggested it. Mr. Wise, if you have no objections,
She kinda
I would
dumb.
be happy to accept.
She's like,
Why
oh,
would I
I'm doing them
object?
such a good
I'd be happy
favor.
to.
Rest assured, Mr. Wise. Leave everything here to me. Please, take all the time you need to enjoy your walk with Miss Truvia.
No,
I
I'm
shall explain
okay.
the situation to Lady Valina.
I think I'd rather not. No, I'm okay.
Yes. We should
I'm
be going too, Miss
no, I'm okay. Let's maybe
We
not.
don't need to be so formal with each other, do we?
Truvia. Oh, of course.
I'm glad the Weiss vote won. Me too. Me too. This is like the one reason why I really like our side account, because we get to play as Weiss and not Belle. I just think the story goes so hard as him rather than as Belle. I don't know. But I've been saying that for 2 years straight, by the way.
This really
This is your alt? Yeah, this is my alt account. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, I haven't really been here much myself.
Then you're a rather underqualified guide, aren't you?
Especially this story as Wise, I'm not gonna lie. I think genuinely, the entirety of Zenless Zone Zero, I think is just better as Wise POV. And I will die on that hill. I don't mind it. I will die on that hill. Time to go down. Important refund notification. Oh, new Twitch scam just dropped. That's fun, I guess. I love that.
That silver tree. It's not made of porcelain, is it?
I just don't want to get too close and then, like, not hear all the voice lines. To each their own. Yeah, like, for real, to each their own. I do think, like, Coco, like, kills it as Belle, and, like, super grateful to have, like, her as, like, one of my friends in my main account. Because we've collabed with Coco. But I think Wise kind of, look at him eat, look at him, yeah, hit that pose. I'm glad people have a choice. I wish we could change our OC though, you know?
The nameplate really does say porcelain.
Let me
heard
switch
Rose
like
Califer was the
every other
homeland of
gacha.
porcelain, but I never imagined they'd use it for public decoration.
Yes? It's more than
I
just a
see.
decoration.
Wise, you keep saying you aren't that familiar with this place, but you always seem to have an answer for all my questions. I've heard the porcelain veins in Buastrum are also essential to the computation of Rosetta data. how much do you know about the connection between the two?
I have no
Really?
idea.
Or could it be that this touches on Rose Califer's secrets you can't exactly share with someone from Tops like me?
No, I really don't
Next
know.
time, huh?
I'm sorry, Truvia.
It's all right, Wise. Come on, let's see what's up ahead.
Okay.
There's so many people over there.
How do I get down there? Are these
There's
stairs?
a fountain over there. The Bangbu use it for events from time to time.
I just kind of want to go the long way.
Rather interesting.
Also, why is the fish statue here? Also, is this a different fish statue or is this like the same one?
It's so cool here, and the breeze is nice. Thank you. I'm feeling much better now. This flight.
It's a different
was
one, but it's the same
way longer
design.
than expected.
Ah, I see.
And I ran out of motion sickness medicine halfway through. It's much better than it was back then. Otherwise, Father never would have allowed me to come to Rose Califer. Thank you for your concern. My
Yeah, I
father
think
may
Zenless
be
pretty
getting on
peaked,
in years,
chat.
but he's in good health. He still handles many matters personally.
Why can't we just like, why do I have to click on the
Wasn't
button?
really what I meant. Mosient has always had high expectations for Truvia and the others, but he's also strict, especially after that incident. If I remember correctly, that was around the time Truvia started to. I wonder whether things between her and her father have improved since then.
What's wrong, Wise? What's got you thinking so hard?
Just nervous. Nothing. Oh.
All right then. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. Oh my god, hi! Hi, chat.
Seems to be a large structure up ahead. Is that a chessboard?
It is... I don't... You know, I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't think this is a chessboard. I mean, it is like a chessboard, but I think there's something underneath the chessboard. I think the chessboard is actually like a key. And there is something hidden behind the chessboard or inside the chessboard. But that's like my tinfoil hat theory.
Oh, it really is a chessboard. I feel like it's been ages since I last played a game of chess.
Same here.
Same here.
I still remember. Back then, Belle and I were both really into chess. Whenever exams weren't looming over us, we'd always be going head-to-head on the board.
She and I were both pretty clueless back then. She was always setting you off, and I just stood there watching most of the time, rarely stepping in to stop her.
It's okay, Wise.
Her eyes being
It's
two
all in
very
the past
significantly
now.
different colors is
How
super
have you
weird in
been
my
after all
opinion.
these years? Oh, and what about Belle? Is she
And they're
doing
like
all
the
right?
same colors as like tinfoil hat going on right now. They're the same colors as like Pyrois. They're different. They're blue and yellow.
We're both doing fine. Belle, she's still the same as ever. Gets hyped about something for like 3 minutes, then she's over it. She can't sit still for the life of her. A few years back, we
Tinfoil
opened a
hat
video
moment.
store called Random Play on 6th Street in Janus Quarter. Business has been, well, decent enough, I guess. Even though we're supposed to be running that place together, Belle only ever gets serious when it comes to stocking horror films. The rest of the time, she also struggles to get the books balanced.
Her eyes like
If
don't
you've got
match
time
the
later,
rest of her
Truvia,
either.
Feel free to swing by.
It's like real
I'll let Belle
weird.
know to set you up with our highest
Like, why
tier
does she have a
membership
purple
card.
motif, but
No
her eyes are
exploration
gold and blue?
permanently free.
Well then, let me thank you two managers in advance.
What about you, Truvia? All these years, have you been doing well?
I just don't like her design. Something
I'm
is up
doing
with it,
alright.
for sure.
Over the years, with my father's assistance, I've continued my research on
BRB, I'm gonna make my
holocommunication and
pupils blue.
navigation. Back in the day,
She got them
as one of the
Sunbringer
primary
eyes?
investors
No,
behind Helios Academy,
not really,
High
but like
Ambitions
kind of, I
actually
guess.
retained a small portion of the related research materials. My father plans to adapt the technology for commercial civilian use. Fortunately, that's something I can help with.
Does that mean...
What Truvia means is High Ambitions Corp. They've been conducting research related to the HDD this whole time? Does she go in and out of hollows as much as I do? If so, what's the condition of her ocular implants? Mossient. High Ambitions Corp. Do they even know that Helios never resolved the hidden dangers behind this power? No. I need to make things clear with Truvia. Even if it means... Truvia, are you...
Free next weekend?
Truvia,
Just kidding.
are you still using the ocular implants Helios Academy put in us?
As fellow holo navigation specialists, I think we both already know the answer to that question.
No, that's
Don't
why
we?
I asked you the
Of
question,
course,
because I
I'm
don't.
not trying to point fingers, and I have no intention of judging the choices you've made. But for me, I don't want this power to go to waste, and I don't want the memories tied to it to be forgotten along with it.
You've got it all wrong.
Truvia, you got it wrong. That's not what I meant. That incident back then, Helios Academy never fully resolved it. And not long ago, my ocular implants started acting up again.
Enough.
Ooh.
Let's not talk about this anymore.
Wait,
I want to hold on to those memories, but that doesn't mean I want you dragging me back to that day. I don't want today, this day of our reunion, to become the continuation of that day.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's all in the past now. Didn't you say it yourself? We were just kids back then. We didn't know any better. And childhood, it's nothing more than the briefest chapter in our long, drawn-out lives. Compared to the present and the future, it's insignificant, and not really worth you and me bringing up over and over again.
Meanwhile...
Wise, Truvia, I knew you'd be here.
Belle, what are you doing here?
We were heading back after shopping when we passed by Cup a Moment just as the tea party was wrapping up. Sigrid mentioned you'd come out here with an old classmate, so I figured I'd swing by and check in.
Hi!
I never would have guessed it'd be Truvia.
Yeah, me too.
That was cold, Belle.
That was
When your brother
cold.
saw me, he was a lot more excited.
He was not.
I'd love to stick around and chat longer, but I'd rather not put myself through trying to keep up with you two chatterboxes at the same time.
Oh, thanks.
Now that the tea party's over, I should head back to the place the ESD arranged for us before my companions start worrying. Wise, Belle, I'm really glad we got to see each other again.
You
here in
literally
this
said you
character.
never wanted to see us ever
Maybe
again.
next time,
Just why are you just lying?
If we get the chance, we can sit down and catch up properly. No need to walk me back. I've checked the map, so I should be able to find my way. Besides, I'd like some time to myself. I'll see you around.
Man, if I say I never want to see you ever again, I'm standing 10 toes on the ground on that one. I never want to see you ever
Something happened just
again.
now. When I got here, the vibe felt kinda off.
You give Bill a quick rundown of everything that's happened since this morning.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this.
She could have been like, just don't talk to me. I mean, true.
Sorry, Belle. I got ahead of myself. I should have thought it through before bringing up the ocular implants with her.
It's okay. You meant well. Don't overthink it. The power inside us. We don't know how much.
I mean, like,
Truvia
kids say that
understands
stuff all the
But
time.
if
They'll be
anything
like,
goes
I don't want to
wrong,
talk to you
we're
ever
going to have a
again.
serious problem.
And then maybe there's like a little bit of regret there
There's
afterwards.
No way to talk about any of this without bringing up Serpico. We need to find the right way to tell her.
Beep 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 beep. Phone call.
Oh, it's a message from Norma. Toby's made some progress. She said all of Toby's memory data has been fully restored. And there's something important she wants to show us.
I like how they
She's telling us
highlighted
to get to the
important.
academy ASAP. All right, let's head over there now.
Okay. Let's head over there right now. Is it gonna teleport us?
Something important.
No, we're gonna walk.
Could it be a clue to the real culprit?
True, it could be.
We should hurry and find Norma.
Here, let me go on a BRB real quick. I run an ad, and then I go get this little, like, fan, because my PC is cooking. It's just really hot in here. My temperatures look okay. You just kind of smelled like fresh PC. Yo, that RAM is cooking. We're cooking that fresh RAM. Dude. Cooking that fresh RAM. Okay. Dude, this Bang Boo, they're just passed out. The slight burnt plastic. So that's exactly what I'm smelling. Yeah. This slight burnt plastic smell. Tinfoil hat theory. This is where we're keeping the core of the Hive Lord Hollow. It's inside the chessboard. I'll see you all in like 6 months when we finally find the answer to that. Bow bow, fresh PC smell. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Fresh, computer smell. Bow bow. Chat, the socks are coming off. Socks are off. Socks is off. How do I get up there? Socks is off. I'm just really sweaty. I'm nervous. The grippers are out. You're right. The grippers do be out. Yo, we're feet jorking it. I mean, what? I mean, what? Where are we going? This way?
Welcome to Cuppa Moment.
Oh, we're just gonna cut through Cuppa Moment? Just gonna cut through? Okay. Oh, are we still going? Oh my god, how do I... We walked so far. We walked so far. The place that I've never visited on my main account, by the way.
Belle, Wise! What took you two so long?
What took you so long?
Norma. Did
My
you find
daughter,
anything in Toby's
Norma?
memories? Any clues about the culprit? What exactly did they do to those Bang Boo?
Well, slow down! Your expectations are way too high. Now you're making me nervous. Anyway, just like I said in the message I sent you, Toby's memory restoration work is done. Some of the data's been totally wrecked by corruption, but
Yes.
no biggie.
No biggie.
I still managed to dig up someone who looks like a prime suspect. I've already seen it plenty of times. Here, take a look for yourselves.
Norma turns the screen, hits play.
So you actually woke up, huh? Sorry. If you'd just been a little more cooperative, it wouldn't have had to come to this. Poor thing. In a moment, you're gonna get in that machine, nice and quiet.
Oh, okay. No, I'm okay.
Trusted with a very important mission. Don't forget that.
Okay.
This guy. Who is he? Based on what he said, he's gotta be the culprit.
Exactly. That's what I think too.
Oh, he got that Beyblade
Unfortunately,
necklace
though,
on.
Toby had already completely lost the ability to move by that point. He never got a look at the culprit's face. Even though we've confirmed there's a culprit, we don't have a lot of clues beyond that. Wait. The culprit mentioned something about getting Toby into some kind of machine. If we can find that machine, we might be able to track him down.
You may be onto something, Belle. If we can locate that machine, we may be able to trace it back to the culprit. The question is, where do we start looking?
Real? Where do we start looking?
Norma, over there, on the wall. Looks like there's something there. Can you zoom in on it?
You got it. It looks like graffiti, but it doesn't feel random. It's more like some kind of symbol.
Wait. Isn't that the symbol of the Enna gang?
The Enna gang?
The Enna gang?
I didn't expect this to be Enna gang turf. Wise, Belle, do you know anything about them?
No, not really. We ran into them today. That is indeed true. We did do that.
I ran into them at the welcome tea party today. Thankfully, it was just a few harmless pranks. Nothing serious.
Oh, again? Those little guys sure have energy to burn. But how did they end up getting involved with the culprit?
Maybe the culprit just happened to be on their turf.
It's also possible that the culprit just happened to be on Enna gang turf. I've heard the Enna gang is an organization that really cares about Bangbu rights.
Ugh.
They shouldn't be colluding with humans who intend to
Bangbu
harm
rights.
Bangbu.
Looks like the only way to find out is to check out the Enna gang's turf ourselves.
Yeah?
Norma, do you know where we should start looking?
I don't know the exact location. I just heard they sometimes meet up near the Clink Market on Gear Street to swap bottle caps they've scavenged.
Bottle caps.
Clink market? Bottle caps?
Mm-hmm. The Bangbu have their own little market right on Gear Street. Oh, right. They've been doing road work around there for a while. Probably haven't been there yet, huh? Gear Street is where the Bangbu hang out. It's packed with facilities catering specifically to them, and Bangbu loves settling down there. Some people even call it Bangbu Street. Same place, different names. As for bottle caps, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Bangbu in Rose Califer are absolutely obsessed with collecting all kinds of bottle caps. They've basically become hard currency at this point.
Hard
More useful than
currency?
pennies even.
So basically, if we want to go collect intelligence from the Bangbu,
We need bottle
we
caps.
need to have some bottle caps ready. Oh, I just got an idea!
Yeah? What was the idea? Quickly types out something on her phone. Yes?
I'm here, Wise! Belle, check it out! Are these bottle caps enough?
Oh, Cecilia!
Are you secretly a Bangbu or something?
No,
Where'd you get all
she's
these
just
bottle
a
caps?
gremlin.
What are you even talking about?
I
bought
bought
this
these.
myself. Before coming to Rose Califer, I was worried there wouldn't be anything good to eat, so I stuffed a ton of snacks and drinks into my luggage.
Oh, she has
And
bottle
then,
caps from
things have been
eating?
crazy lately with one emergency after another. I forgot to take out the trash in my room, and then the bottle caps you wanted, I found them for you.
I thought the day would come when
She's
I'd be
so
grateful
funny.
that Cecilia never bothered to take out the trash.
But what do you guys need so many bottle caps for? Feeding your Bangbu?
Feeding your Bangbu? Yeah, something like that, I guess, Cecilia.
Oh, I see. Now what are we waiting for?
My goat.
Let's get moving.
Dude, my goat.
I'll sit this one out. With someone from the ESD tagging along, I doubt you'd get anyone to talk.
Yeah.
Here, I've marked Gear Street on the map for you. The road there should have been fixed up yesterday, so you can head straight over.
Okay.
But hey, don't go telling anyone I'm the one who tipped you off.
All right, let's go. We'll catch you later, Norma.
Goodbye! Oh my god, bye!
It seems Clink Market is located on Gear Street.
I have planned a route for you, Master.
I have planned a route for you, Master. Should I put on the Bangbu head? Would that make it better? Let's disguise ourselves as a Bangbu real quick. I'm back! I'm BIBI! Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Gawa Gawa, or whatever the roarer says. Sorry, I'm dying because of all these things. Claim, please. Time to go. Oh, we're taking Cecilia with us? That's so funny. I mean, she does have the money. Hey, my sugar mama Cecilia.
master.
Oh my god! Look how cute this is!
Gear Street.
So this is Gear Street. There really are bamboo everywhere, just like Norma said. Our target is Clink Market.
Bird.
Huh. Is there anything around here that looks like a market?
Well, based on my extensive experience solving cases as a public security officer.
Fuzzy wrench?
Over there! That red mailbox. That one. The little door next to it looks extremely suspicious.
Yeah, for sure.
It might look completely ordinary, but did you notice? That bamboo by the door. He's obviously standing guard, and he keeps looking around. There has to be something important hidden behind it.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping by, though.
That does seem suspicious. Let's go check it out.
No worries, chat. We've had a lot of time off also, mostly because, like, my PC's been funky for a while. New NPC wife? She looks so good, though. Man, they need to update Palkra model, because this girl looking fine. The dog lady? I guess she's kind of like a dog.
I want to visit Clink Market and pick up something for my bamboo back home.
You're here to shop? Then why not have your bamboo come themselves? Besides, Clink Market is only open to bamboo. Humans aren't allowed.
Yeah, this store's way too small. But at least I found the right place.
Kind of sounding like a furry.
Really
Furry model incoming.
How am I supposed to get in?
Like Shy Lily and her furry model.
Right. I can use Eos's body. Alright, everything should be set. We should go in and take a look.
Do you need something? Let me in. Keep the shopping area clean and peaceful, and every boo duty.
Would you look at that? There really is a whole other world behind this door.
Wow, Cecilia was right.
Who around here might know about the Enna Gang?
The Enna Gang. If you need intel, I'm the one to ask.
That bamboo seems really well informed. I'll go ask them about it.
Noah Boo. Excuse me. Hello. May I ask you, are you Mr. Noah Boo?
No response. What's going on? Is something wrong with Eos's language module? Wait. Unless...
It's a code, probably. Like a secret code I need to say. Take the bottle caps out. Yeah, everyone's talking money. Well, now you're a quick. Yep, that's it. Limited summer ice cold orange god bottle cap. Okay. Ooh. Ask me anything. Damn, Cecilia is my goat for real. Cecilia has everything apparently. Dear customer, do you see the strange little door over there? The one guarding it from is the Enna Gang. Photo? I've never seen this place before. But don't worry, beyond that door, head in further and you'll reach the Enna Gang hideout. Please wait a moment, I'll write you a note. Just read it off when... Okay. Enna Gang has a no secret passcode. Okay. Badges they carry with them. Interesting. Random junk from Cecilia ends up being like hella gold. Spy boo. I wish I could like slow down as Eos, like walk instead. Ah, that's fun, I guess. You know, that's fun. Oh, can I not go that way? Oh, is it really just that? Oh. Do you need help? It looked so much more complicated than what it actually was. I was like, oh boy, I'm not gonna get through this. I'm a new member. You too, huh? Wow, there sure are a lot of newcomers today. Answer me. Anything secret password. Doesn't have a password. Correct. Since we don't have a secret password. You carry a badge. That's right. Anyway, next question. To protect Lady Sunbringer. Correct. Seems like you're all good. Head on inside, rookie. Thanks, buddy. It's nothing. Sigh. I really envy you. I'm heading in. Suddenly Ace Attorney. I like it though. I think that was kind of cool. It was really easy. Big load screen.
Whoa. I never expected such a huge space beneath Buastrum. So this is the retroflux zone. From the structure and the name, this has to be Buastrum's water circulation system. According to the guard, if we keep going a little further, we should see an elevator that goes down to the Enegang's hideout. Alright, let's go.
Master, I suggest taking the elevator ahead to reach your destination.
A new face. First time in the retroflux zone. Need a map? What does the map show? No way. Let me check it first. No, forget it. I'm not selling you it. Get out of here. Alright, man. I guess. Sure, whatever. Can I touch this? No, I cannot. Did you buy a fake map from the shady dealer? Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I want to see the graffiti. Idle bang boo. You haven't heard? There's a monster lurking deep in the retroflux zone. Wearing a bang boo skin. Did you notice the wanted poster by the intel broker? I don't think so. Was it us? I don't think I can go back. It was Slender. Oh, and Lockspring on it. Oh, that's crazy. I don't think I've done the Slender Boo quest. But I know about Slender Boo. I haven't had my PC. I haven't done anything. I quite literally have not done anything. I cleared it for you a couple days ago. Yeah. I gotta do it on my main account though. If it's still available. This would be another test for joining the Anna gang. Once you've seen, okay, you can believe, okay, yes, yes. You didn't get the rewards, no, yeah. I haven't had my PC, so I haven't really been able to do anything. In between moving and my computer being super weird, I haven't done much of anything in Rose Caliver other than just story and poll.
Why are they looking at me now? I'm still trying to figure out what they were all mumbling about. Guess I'll have to bluff my way through first.
It happened all so fast. Bow, bow, bow. The elevator's broken?
The elevator's broken. Let's look around. Maybe there's another way to reach the Enna Gang's hideout. Maybe I can try hacking into those robots. It worked.
Oh my god!
Let's take this side path
Oh my
and see where
god!
it leads.
I must knock over everything. Look at us, we're playing marbles on stream! Yo, ! join!
I don't see a switch for the drawbridge. Maybe I can try ramming it.
! Boost! Oh. I see. You were right, chat. Boost. Yo, I am boosting. I am boosting. I am boosting. Pipe access point. Not reading again? I did read. I just like to explore. I'm just a little guy. Another one of these. Yo. Oh, is it like, I understand. Is it like hit all the things? How would you even, like, hit all of them? Yippee! I played Pokemon, I know what I'm doing. How do I... Stop, let me in, let the pipe, let me in the pipe!
This robot's more agile than I expected. There are so many narrow pipes. So this is how the Bamboo from the gang usually get around?
I love this. This is great, by the way. I'm so incredibly into this. I'm very into this.
Go down like this?
Woo!
It's faster than I expected.
Oh, this is great. I love this. Boost! Yeah! That was awesome. Now we're getting in, as the devs are doing something right. Finally. This is exactly what I want. This is great. 10 out of 10. Yeah.
It should open if I hit that switch.
Bam! Yippee! Wahoo! Oop.
I can hear something nearby.
I'll just walk a little through. Oh, I can't? Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Tall guy.
This circuit box is gonna catch fire if no one fixes it.
Is it gonna be us that fixes it?
Down. Let's try fixing it.
Okay,
Okay, that should do.
I should do it. The elevator suddenly went back to normal. Does that mean the test is over already? No way. Our pal here fixed the elevator. Amazing. Nice. Such an outstanding boo.
The Anna Gang's Bamboo keep mentioning this revelation. It's been bothering me for a while. What a new era-do is it? Could it be a clue about the culprit? Or maybe...
Don't space out, friend. Our hideout is just up ahead. Let's go together.
What is the connection between the revelation and the culprit? It's still bothering me.
Yo, I am fucking boosting. Boosting. That, okay. That did not do anything. Okay. Hold on. Let's start over. Oh, do I really need to go this way? There's no way. Oh, wait, hold on. You had it right? Was it this way? There you go. When there's no path, fire the cannon forward, and the path will appear. Anything with the range of the bamboo cannon and the path of the— okay. You mean using the cannon up ahead? Yep. Bamboo cannon, get in, fire. Okay.
Master, based on a rough calculation, the probability of this vehicle safely delivering EOS to the destination is 98.732%.
Oh, so there's a slight chance that we don't get there safely.
I don't even know where to start. That this can even be called a vehicle, or that absurdly precise probability. Forget it. There's no other way. Let's just try it.
Time to get in. Pew! Nice. Oh, we're at EOS again. Okay. We finally reached our gang's hideout. That was so scary. What's the next stage? A combat test or a talent show? The current boss of the Enna gang.
So he's the boss of the Anna Gang. Maybe he knows something about the culprit. Come to think of it, this place really does resemble what we saw in Toby's memories. Also, something's really strange. Almost all the Bamboo here seem to be Databoo. Why?
This Bamboo has a family name. He's definitely special. Yo, thank you for the raid, 6-7. Yo, 6-7. 6-7 raid. Welcome in, raiders. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god, hi. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. I hope your stream was good. I hope your stream was good. Thank you. I know, 6-7. 6-7 raid. Okay, raid, we're leaving. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're just in the middle of the new story, so if anyone doesn't want spoilers, now is your chance to dip on out. But thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope your stream was good. We did Dan polls earlier. Ooh, I hope they went good. I hope they went super good. Okay. All right, follow me. We're speaking Bang Boo really heavily. We got one. Yeah, I went for the M2, but mostly because I just wanted the little chips, and then I got my M6 Jane out of everything. So I'm now the owner of an M6 Jane Doe and an M2 Remielle off of all of the anniversary rewards. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with my purchases. I'm glad your stream went good. I'm an old Jane main, so I kind of had to. I had to do it. Holding out for Severian? Ooh, I hope he comes out kind of soonish. He do be looking great. Oh, this is open world stuff, okay. Yay! I hope he's playable. I assume he'll be playable. It might just take us a little bit till we get him. I hope he's like an electric erupture, potentially. I think that'd be kind of sick. Yo, look at this tall Bang Boo chat. Tall Bang Boo. This Bang Boo reminds me of My Neighbor Totoro. Is that like a... Are we like... Is that real? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, more new disciples. Blue Totoro? I'm kind of into that though. I love this. Oh my goodness.
This is Prophet Boo. The oldest Bang Boo of the Enna gang.
Here, I get you shout out. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it though. Why are slowly rebuilding the blue Bang Boo? I love him. I already shouted out. Well, we get two then, okay? The two of them, because I missed it. I'll do it myself. You get two. What do you pay me for? I don't pay you at all. Listen, it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Huh? Me? Might as well double check instead of none at all. No. My friend, you're far too humble. Outstanding. Well, she hates me, chat. I don't. That's so not true.
I'm starting to regret fixing that elevator. I didn't expect things to end up like this. This revelation thing. I don't even know what it is. What am I supposed to say?
I don't know. I just agree with them.
Apologies, Master. No relevant data found regarding the Enna Gang's revelation. Suggestion: respond vaguely and attempt to bluff your way through.
Great, thanks. Follow Fairy's advice. Very shocking, very spectacular. This is why he's on the mac and cheese bean diet. You're so real, honestly. I'm gonna lurk and avoid spoilers. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, if anyone needs to head out because no spoilers, I definitely suggest it. I think we're like at the very beginning of the story. I think we have a lot more to go through. How dare you hate on my budget meal? The Cecilia would love your budget meal. Let's be so for real. That's all that matters. A Bang Boo hasn't received. Okay. You don't seem like a bad Bang Boo. This is certainly unprecedented. But then again... Such as a return of the Great One. The Great One? We should leave his fate to the Great One. Great Prophet. The Great One. Could it be? The Great Bang Boo. We've arrived at the Great One's temporary chamber, so you stay here. Great One, are you there?
Oh? Is that so? Then come on in.
The Great One. Yeah. The Great One. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The Great One. The Great One.
Great One. Could that be the culprit?
The Great One sounds kind of familiar to us, chat. The Great One sounds a little familiar, chat. There she is. With her fridge full of boba and iced coffee, by the way, and her hideout.
Remielle?
What are you doing here? A human voice came out for the bamboo body! Lady Remielle, be careful!
He's up to no good.
Oh yeah, the way she says that is crazy.
Fugitive like me, after all.
Answer me, Remielle. Why are you here? And
where is it?
Oh yeah.
Oh
He's up to
yeah.
no good. He is the partner in crime of a fugitive like me, after all. Oh yeah. He's up to no good. He is the partner in crime.
Oh my
of a
god.
fugitive like me, after all.
Oh yeah.
what are you doing with the Enna gang?
Oh my.
Oh my.
That is a curious question. Barging into someone else's home uninvited, then starting with,
Why are you here?
How terribly rude. Oh, wait. I suppose I did something similar myself not long ago. Never mind. Not important.
Never mind.
Yes? Haven't I mentioned before? This is the proxy from the External Strategy Department.
Anna. Huh?
A little too talkative, aren't we, Griff?
I'm sorry. I said too much, Lady Remielle. Please put the feathers away. Yo, what's she do with those feathers? Is she like, I mean, she could.
Well then, it's just
What's
the
with the
two of
feathers,
us now,
chat?
my charming little bamboo. I must say, I didn't expect you to have such a
The feathers?
practical, yet rather adorable little skill. You haven't used this little trick for anything mischievous, have you?
Mischievous.
I feel like you're imagining something really weird. Wait, how did you manage to get me off track again? If I remember correctly, in our
Yeah, no
Q&A
vanish
game,
here.
it's my turn to ask the questions.
My
Sure.
turn for the Q&A
What would you
game.
like to know this time?
Why are you here?
Why are you on the Enna gang's turf? And why do all the bamboo here seem to respect you so much?
My, you really should listen when people are talking, Mr. Impatient.
Ooh.
Didn't I already tell you? This is my home. What's strange about finding me in my own home?
So, you're the real leader of the Enna gang?
What are you talking about? The leader of the Enna gang is Griff, the one who brought you in just now. Me? I'm only a poor soul they took in recently. That's
Aww.
But don't the Enna gang's bamboo hate humans?
She's not a human.
Why would they?
because the bamboo they call Prophet Boo saw me once, long ago.
Oh!
Must have been over 100 years ago. I never imagined a bamboo could live that long. In his eyes, I'm still the Void Hunter. And a friend of their mother,
Lady Sunbringer. Yep.
The person they hold most dear.
Miss Fugitive.
But that makes even less sense. Weren't you wanted because you tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer and failed? In which case,
kind
should
of.
the Enna gang's bamboo hate you even more?
No, not particularly.
That part's simple. Because, as far as the Enna gang understands it, the 3 Sunbringers now governing Rose Califer, they're all imposters.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I mean, like, I think we all kind of knew it, but still. I already knew. That is something that were fake. I was right. I was right this whole time, chat. Your girl was right the whole time.
What did you say? The 3 Lady Sunbringers we have now, even if they're not exactly as they once were, they're still Sunbringers, aren't they?
No.
Who knows? At the very least, The Enna Gang Bang Boo don't see it that way.
They don't.
They believe only in the revelation they saw. And to them, it's proof that the true Lady Sunbringer is calling out for help.
The revelation they saw. What exactly was it?
How should I know? I'm not a Bang Boo. But I've heard this so-called revelation is a vision that occasionally appears to Data Boo while they're processing Rosetta data.
Yeah?
The true Lady Sunbringer, imprisoned in endless darkness.
Huh? Wait. The real Lady Sunbringer is imprisoned? By whom? No, that doesn't make sense. I can't imagine anyone being capable of something like that.
Sorry.
The real Lady Sunbringer imprisoned herself? Question mark?
Mr. Curious, I've answered quite a few of your questions already. Is it my turn now?
Sure, go for it.
What do you want to ask?
No need to be so nervous.
No need to be so
Aren't we close
rude.
enough to tell each other anything by now? My question is the same as yours. Why are you here?
Why are
my
you
dear
here?
Proxy?
Remember Toby? The Bang Boo we rescued from Gerta Blulu. We managed to restore some of Toby's memories. He was kidnapped, and the place where it happened had Enna Gang graffiti.
I see. So you've come to the Enna Gang looking for answers. Singularity leakage. The culprit behind the
Hey,
Bamboo
say less,
case,
queen,
the
say
Enna
less.
Gang, Gerta Blulu. If my guess is right.
What is it?
What is it, Remielle?
No, it's nothing. Just a passing thought. Speaking of which, how about I do you a little favor, Mr. Detective?
Yeah, give me that
Something
favor.
Lady Remielle of the
Oh,
Enna
okay,
Gang.
not like that.
Put in a good word for you and have the Enna Gang Bang Boo assist you in locating this, crime scene.
That's not the favor I was looking for, but okay.
Really? That would be a huge help. Thank you. Wait. This doesn't come with some extra condition, does it?
It does.
No. Knowing you, of course it does. Out with it. What are you scheming this time?
What are you scheming this time?
Mr. Detective, isn't that a little much? I told you my condition ages ago. Help me investigate Gerta Blulu. And if I'm not mistaken, Gerta Blulu and the culprit you're after may end up being connected.
Give me the uppies now. Uppies now. Real.
Remielle, you really should do something about your habit of speaking in riddles.
No, it's okay. I'd rather her do
Very
that.
well. I'll try to restrain myself. No. I am rather fond of
Yo, when she giggles a little bit,
safely in
yo,
their
when
garden
she
of
laughs a
ignorance,
tiny bit, when she
while
speaks,
guiding those who seek the
holy.
truth one step at a time toward the heart of the mystery.
Sorry, I'm like closing stuff up.
In the end, a riddle is simply what truth looks like when the people involved don't all have the same information.
Yeah.
Enough philosophy. Let's ask Griff about the place you're searching for.
Griff.
Griff's good at rallying people. He'll definitely be able to help.
Panda party. And thank you for the late raid. I appreciate it though. Chat, remember that tweet I made literally yesterday that I was like the fridge in Remielle's hideout with all the boba and coffee? Look at her little bed with all the little Bang Boo. This is actually so cute. Is there anything I should be noticing here? Where's the fridge though? Yeah, she got the mini fridge somewhere in here. She got the. I like how she has the generator. She has 3 machines for video games. Actually, kind of insane. She got the mini fridge right here. The arcade games are throwbacks to the first interaction. Oh, because we met her at the thing? I love the music here. The music here is super cute. She's talking about fighting games. Oh. The music here's so good. It's so peaceful. Time to go. Why are you scared? Traveling by cannon isn't that scary. Griff. Together with Remielle, you briefly explain to Griff what you are investigating. Immediately gathers the nearby Bangbu before long. Lady Remielle, Master Proxy, sorry to keep you both waiting.
Just as I'd expect from you, Griff. Quick and efficient.
Just a quickie. You're too kind. The place you're looking for is deep. Pause?
Don't worry, Griff.
Singularity leakage. Yeah, you will.
Huh? You're coming with me, Remielle?
Hmm?
Why not?
Isn't that our agreement? I help you follow the culprit's trail.
You
and
help me investigate.
Investigate Gerda Blulu. What? Have you forgotten already, my dear
Partner in crime?
I can't shake the feeling that you just maneuvered me into this again.
A little bit.
Those moments when overthinking won't do you any favors,
Mr. Detective.
Besides, rather than concern yourself with such trivial details, my adorable little Bangbu, before we officially set out, could you change back into your proxy form for me?
Yeah!
Those
Sorry.
arms and legs won't be much help after all.
Yeah! Sorry.
Understood. I'll head there now.
You quickly disconnect from the HUD. Loading, 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 loading. Now loading. Heavy load. There's a joke in there somewhere too. I'll take a short break. You find Belle in what happened in the Retroflux. Oh, you fill in Belle.
So the place where Toby was
Loading.
kidnapped really is at the very bottom of the Retroflux zone. Just like she said in her little Q&A game. You're not allowed to lie, but that doesn't mean you have to tell everything. And we still have no idea why she tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer in the first place. Or what she's actually after.
Yeah. I considered asking her directly why she tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer while we were in the Retroflux zone, but I doubt I'd get a straightforward answer. As for her objective, that's much clearer. She wants to use mine and Pyrois' ability to manipulate the singularity leakage to help locate Gerda Blulu.
Toby's kidnapping, the recurring singularity leakages, Gerda Blulu. I have a
Gerda
feeling there's a
Blulu.
connection between all of them that we're still missing.
Yeah, Remielle hinted at something similar as well. Looks like the only way we're getting any real answers is by finding that crime scene at the bottom of the Retroflux zone.
Billy and Cecilia should both be resting in their rooms. Want me to call them over to help?
No.
That won't be necessary. Too many people could compromise the investigation, and it might make the Enna Gang Bangbu uneasy as well. Besides, with Pyrois and Remielle accompanying me, I think we'll be alright.
Yeah,
Okay,
Pyrois
stay alert.
and
Carrie and I will
Weiss
support
and
you remotely.
Remielle. Oh, look at this little itty bitty.
Target
I love
located.
this. I wish
Optimal route planned.
Zenless would get better merch. Holy,
Alright, we should
holy
get going.
moly. The lag is so real right now. But yeah, I wish Zenless would get like better merch. Like we get like acrylic standees and other like garbo. I want like good merch. Like good merch. Did I do my dailies? I don't think I did. It's fine. I'll do all this later. I want a Bangbu Roomba. You mean Starlight Billy Roomba? Because he's basically a glorified vacuum in this game. Oh, it's raining. Maybe that's why we're a little laggy, because it's raining. But yeah, I just wish we got like better Zenless merch.
Approaching the target location. Navigation complete.
Wow, Amber Hall was this close? No wonder Remielle can get there so easily. Huh? Wait, is that secret?
It is. I
Pardon
said some
me.
solid Remy luck.
Is
Won
something
3
troubling you?
50/50s and the
You
75.
have
Yo,
been circling this
nice!
phone booth for quite
Nice.
some time now.
It's work time.
Huh? But it is behind you.
Secret?
Secret? I wasn't
Give
expecting
me a
to
second,
see
chat.
you here.
I'm gonna let this run.
What's going on?
Greetings, Mr. Wise. While on patrol, I came across this Bangbu citizen. He appeared to be in some distress, so I stopped to inquire about his situation. Waiting for someone? And who might that be?
Who might that be? Oh, my legs. This Bangbu.
This Bangbu. Is he the one Griff mentioned that's guarding the phone booth? He's way too nervous. Sigrid's starting to get suspicious. I need to come up with something before he gives himself away. Sigrid, actually. The person he's waiting for is...
I see. Citizen, the one you await is Mr. Gaboo. Is that right?
Bum 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 bum. Yes? Mr. Gaboo?
Mr. Gaboo? Whomst?
Whomst?
I do not know.
Who?
But we must stay here. We must wait for Mr. Gaboo.
Gaboo.
Perhaps today. Perhaps tomorrow.
Bum 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 bum
one
bum
day,
bum.
We shall wait no longer.
Bum bum bum
For
bum.
Mr. Gaboo will finally arrive.
Huh?
It's a line from the famous play, Awaiting Gaboo. Did I get that right?
Mr. Actor. Eh?
Are you not an actor from Spotlight Theater?
No.
But the line you just quoted was unmistakably from... Ah, wait. I understand now. In the script of Awaiting Gaboo, there is no phone booth, no Spotlight Theater, and no actor boo. He must have immersed himself in the role for so long that he is still mentally in character. Yes, that must be it. I ought not disturb his rehearsal any further. My apologies, Mr. Actor.
My apologies.
I misunderstood the situation and rudely interrupted your rehearsal.
Anna. Anna.
Indeed. Only by holding fast to courage and conviction can we fulfill our duty to protect Rose Califer.
These two. How are they even having a conversation right now? They're not talking about the same thing at all. Oh well. At least Sigrid doesn't seem to suspect anything.
Bum
If
bum
she
bum
learns that
bum.
Remielle is involved, explaining the situation could get complicated. Oh well, we've come this far already. I'll deal with it later if it comes to that.
I'll deal with you
Now that the
later.
misunderstanding has been cleared up, I shall not interrupt your rehearsal any further. Farewell, you two. I wish you a pleasant day.
A pleasant day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bum 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 bum. No way,
No,
impossible.
Absolutely not. This has been a huge misunderstanding.
After quite a bit of explaining, you finally convince the Bangbu in front of you to drop the absurd idea. Man, I've already been live for 4.5 hours. Jeez. I mean, we didn't really start the story until like 2 hours in, but like still. A big patch. Big patchy.
Well, it's about time you showed up. Amber Hall isn't that far.
Oh, look at these wanted posters. Dead or alive. Slender Boo. This guy and this guy. Ran into Secret.
You're acting more and more like a partner in crime now, covering for your accomplice in front of an airspace patrol officer. Still, I have some understanding of what kind of person Secret is. Rigid, earnest, and her intuition is unnervingly sharp. She's certainly difficult to deal with. Fair enough. That's the nature of intuition. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it isn't.
Oh, okay. Sometimes it's right, and sometimes it's wrong.
All right, enough of that. We should head off to the crime scene on the lower level of the retroflux zone.
Okay.
The entrance is this way.
Hold on, let me do
Griff
something
is
real
already
quick.
waiting for us.
Griff? My goat, Griff, waiting for us already? There we go. That's better. I was looking a little pale. Twitch is forcing a quick ad break. Should we just go on an ad break real quick? Is something important about to happen? I don't really want most of chat to like miss out. Oh, I can't get through there. Are we about to hit like some crazy awe stuff? Should I just like wing it and go through? I don't think so. Okay. I'll just keep going then. Don't leave it. Oh, this? Oh, I accidentally did it. My bad. You can't get it out. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna leave that there then. Whoopsies, my bad.
All right, Griff. That's enough flattery. The sky will get dark soon, so we should get
He
moving.
spent a couple minutes on it. Okay, I'll just ignore that then. I'll ignore most stuff unless it's important. After you take the elevator down, you need to head a little further into get the place. Okay, let's go. Time to head out. Time to go. I know, I'm gonna have to do them all myself on my main account too.
Here we are. The bottom floor of the retroflux zone.
I'm so glad I get to like skip through the story on my main account though.
Similar to the energy
I just
hub,
need to go skip.
concentration and activity levels are way off. In other words, there's probably another singularity leakage deeper inside.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, Griff mentioned
I'm making a
something
couple
like that
guides. Ooh, nice. Yeah, some screenshots and stuff would help. Yeah, howdy.
No, that tickles.
That tickles.
Remielle,
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Why, to bring a certain someone back from his own little world, of course.
Did she just tickle us with her wings?
Detective, what new clue have
Hello.
you uncovered?
Dude, touch me again with your wings, please. Yo, is it a wing job?
Are you upset?
At that point?
Then how about this? I'll give you a feather as well, and you can try to get me to sneeze too. Then we'll be even, Steven.
You can't say that. She just used her feathers on us. What do you mean? It's just wingdings. We'll call it that then. Nothing happens. How can a winged Thyran sneeze from her own feathers?
Now we're even. So, tell me,
What did you find?
The lingering ether in this area. Its concentration and activity aren't normal. It's a lot like the energy hub. In other words, the deeper we go, the higher the chances of encountering a singularity leakage.
Perfect.
So, as we keep moving deeper, we'll need to avoid singularity leakages as much as possible. Remielle, I need you to follow my directions, okay?
Sure.
I'm confident in my abilities as a proxy, so it shouldn't be a problem. Remielle?
Are you listening?
Are you listening?
Hello?
Remielle.
I'm listening. Please, go on.
I'm already done.
I already finished, Miss Absent-Minded Void Hunter.
Ooh, he's annoyed.
My apologies. My mind wandered for a moment. It won't happen again, but I did hear everything you said. Really.
Yeah?
Relax. I'll follow your lead. After all, your faith in the legendary proxy.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Oh, we get to play as
I'll leave the
Remielle.
route planning to you. Oh, great faith in.
Playing as Remielle
Use that title. Oh, great wanted Void Hunter.
M0, but like whatever.
I swear, you're always way more demanding of me than anyone else.
Sorry, I just want to look at Thaumiel and like how it like attaches to her. Her jiggle physics are crazy. Yeah, they are very crazy indeed. I just wanted to look at Thaumiel and how it like attaches to her. It just like kind of sits on her back, but not like actually sits on her back. I like how it sits on like the small of her back. It's not like on her back. It's like on the lower back. Her booty shorts are basically underwear. Yes. On her black outfit, these are just panties. They're not even shorts. These are just her panties. Like, let's be so for real. These ain't no shorts. They're just panties. For real, for real. Crazy. When you fly, you could see up. Oh, you're right.
Hello.
Hello.
Surely you haven't forgotten about me.
Hello. Hello. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh, I wish I could take a photo right here. I don't think I can. Oh, she looks so good right here. Oh my god, with the sun. Yo, she is the sun. Cause I wish she was sun at me. Oh, fucking.
Be careful. These mechs are behaving strangely. These abandoned mechs.
Oh, Valina's
Most
here.
likely
Crazy.
affected by a singularity leakage.
Spray. I'm sorry. I'm a bad cat. Yo, she's the sun because she's brightening up my world. Aw, see, there you go.
You won't be defeated. Wind shear. This love is for you.
Engage! Scorching sun! Restrain!
Yeah, I hit that total eyes.
Let's keep moving.
Man, the fact that we're never gonna build Pyrois on main account and we're only gonna use Pyrois on alt is kind of crazy, but like, I can only do it on one or the other, and I choose alt. I choose alt account. I don't give a fuck about main account. Not with him, at least. Is there any like stuff I can collect here?
Nearby ether activity looks abnormal. Could it be a singularity?
On
leakage?
main, you have too many better options. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and we don't have like a Hugo on alt, so like this would be our like quote unquote totalizer. You know, alt is where you go to lock in. Alt is the tryhard account for sure. No Void Hunters, no Yuzuha. Real.
There are way more enemies around here than I expected.
No
Remielle, how's
Shungus,
it going on
no
your end?
Miyabi, no nothing.
These enemies are far too strong. I couldn't possibly defeat them.
Abandoned mech beats first generation Void Hunter. That would make quite the headline.
Speaking of
Your
which, combat skills are improving rather slowly, aren't they?
Slowly?
For something I picked up so recently, I'd say I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah? My XP bar is going
I
up.
heard that, Pyrois.
Yeah, my XP bar going up. Yeah.
Speed things up.
What the fuck? My XP bar a little low, chat. I don't know how I want to do this. Oh, can I not hit that?
We should slow down a bit.
We got it there
Area's
eventually.
data still hasn't fully synced.
I'm back. My Twitch crashed. I'm glad that it wasn't me though. Twitch was really weird today. Like my vertical stream didn't even connect. I'm not quite sure what was up with that, but like I don't even have a vertical output. It was really weird. Also, apparently I'm like one of the few people who plays Zenless who has like a vertical output, which is like kind of crazy.
Remy, wait, don't.
Oh, Singularity? Also, Remy? Oh, we're on nickname basis now?
We still ended up entering the singularity leakage.
Since we're here, let's finish this quickly.
Alright. Let's handle this, Pyrois.
Everlasting fling!
The line shall be drawn by me. All right.
I don't know if that was like
The enemies are
the
dealt
best
with.
options there,
Keep
but
moving.
whatever.
After all that, we still ended up entering the singularity leakage.
Yep, we
Remy,
did.
Didn't we agree? Follow my directions and avoid singularity leakages whenever possible.
Sorry, that was my bad. It won't happen again.
It won't happen
I'm
again.
not like you, Remielle.
Oh.
You were right. When it comes to combat skills, I really haven't improved much. I've mostly just been relying on Pyrois' power.
I know, I like
That's
had
why I've been
access
trying to stay
for
away from those
early
dangerous
Remielle,
singularity
but since my
leakages.
PC was down,
At
I
the
never
very
actually got to
least,
be in
I don't
like
want us
early
getting
access
dragged into
stuff
a
for her.
fight where I'd only hold you back.
So I don't know anything
If you
really.
ask me, you're being far too hard on yourself, Mr. Proxy.
Mr. Proxy.
The proxies I've known, well, there haven't been many, but among them,
Mr.
the only
Proxy.
ones capable of entering a hollow and fighting in person are you and Joyous.
Ooh.
What was it you all ended
Joyous
up calling him
Crumbs.
again? Ah, right. The predecessor of
Mm.
Proxies.
Joyous Crumbs.
I'd love to see the look on his face if he ever heard that title. Look at it this way. You're already enough of a legend to stand shoulder to shoulder with the predecessor of Proxies.
Oh,
Does that
crazy.
make you feel a little better?
Yeah, stroke my ego more, thanks.
Thanks, Remielle. But putting me on the same level as Mr. Joyous? You're giving me way too much credit.
It's not such a stretch. If you ask me, his combat skills may actually be worse than yours. He's your complete opposite.
Damn.
Always convinced he can handle anything. Yet the moment a real fight begins, he's the first one flat on the ground.
Oh,
And
that's
you,
sad.
You're the sort of person who's
What?
already doing well, yet still quietly tells themselves it isn't enough. For a beginner, your combat skills have improved remarkably quickly.
Ooh, thank
know
you.
many
Thank
of
you,
your
thank
friends excel
you,
in
thank
combat.
you.
But there's no need to measure yourself against them. Don't forget, you're Proxy. You always have been, and you still are. There are many things only you can do. As for the things you can't do alone, I believe your friends will be right beside you to accomplish them together.
You're not my friend? Remielle.
Remielle? Where did all that come from? And
No riddles?
Did your chronic Riddler syndrome finally clear up?
Oh my.
The chronic Rizzler syndrome, you mean? I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you
need
for
to be put
dragging us into
down.
a singularity
I'm not
leakage.
funny.
For sharing a bit of old gossip about Julius,
I'm not
of
funny at
course.
all.
There
Oh my
aren't
god.
many people in this world who still remember what happened back then.
Remielle.
Now that you're feeling a little better, it's time we kept moving. The crime scene you're looking for should be just below us. As for finding a way through the singularity leakage, I'll leave that to you, my stubborn Mr. Proxy.
Hey, I'm not the one being difficult here, Remielle.
Yes, of course.
Bum, 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 dum. Yo, I want to fight the new boss really badly, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know about that one.
There should be a better place for us.
He spoketh. I was tabbed out. Oh my god, he speaks? He speaks? I mean, I know he speaks, but I didn't know he was gonna speak it there. I need to clip more of your moments. George, clip that.
Is a fool's game.
Look at him just aura farm. No W engine. That's okay. Can I not just like walk? Ding ding ding. Elevator is here. Uppies. Oh, I hear icky things.
I'll leave the fighting to you, Remielle.
As you say, Mr. Proxy.
Wield the blade with me! Restrain!
I'll leave the fighting to you. Proceeds to wipe them all out.
Are the enemies in this area actually increasing in number?
This hardly counts as a warning. Feels like we're really starting to get in sync, Mr. Proxy.
I can still keep up with you. If I push just a little harder.
Yo, why he say it that way? 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 Close your eyes during the chapter chat. Yo, the way he said that though.
Finally, that's over. We should keep going.
Ooh, why he say it
Your
like
stamina
that?
is just short of a passing grade, Mr. Proxy.
Your stamina. Ooh, yeah. You know we can work on your stamina, but talk to me after hours.
Up ahead.
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What is this conversation? Oh, I don't know.
Right, Master. I'm picking up ether activity similar to that of Toby.
In other words, the culprit used this mech to hurt Toby. Remielle, don't completely destroy it. It has clues connected to the culprit.
That's asking a
I don't know how to play
great deal.
Pyrois. I'm so sorry.
Fine. Understood. You are next.
Wield the blade with me!
Eternal imprisonment!
Take them down.
Dude, what is the tension between the two of them?
Data cross-reference complete.
bum.
Master, your current location matches Toby's memory record with a 99.73% similarity rate. Site confirmed.
Site confirmed.
Looks like the culprit's long gone by now. Let's check out that weird mech first and see if we can find any clues.
Then I'll rest nearby for a bit. Data analysis isn't exactly my specialty, so I'll leave that to you and your AI assistant.
Your AI assistant.
Used to me.
With fairy help, you quickly retrieve the mech's operation logs.
Just as I thought. The culprit used this mech to implant potent ether into the Bamboo. And there's something else. I'm seeing traces of a virus inside the Bamboo. Was the culprit trying to control them remotely and make them commit crimes?
Commit crime?
Maybe.
Go do crime is what they literally just said. Go
Let's
do
be quick,
crime.
Mr. Proxy.
My hands
I
are
damaged
so
that mech's
sweaty.
ether battery during the fight, so there's no telling when it might explode.
Huh? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Wait, what's this?
My hands are so sweaty.
A video? No, it looks like a photo.
Is that what's his face?
Huh?
How is that possible? That's what's his face? He's alive?
He's alive? No.
He shouldn't
There's
be.
no way. He should be.
He should be dead. Yeah, Sir Pico. The hecky?
Huh? That image that flashed by just now, what was it?
The culprit's face?
The culprit's face? I feel like I've seen it.
This
somewhere
cutscene is
before.
crazy. Oh, is it? Okay, we're locking in. Locking in,
I'm
chat?
not sure, but this mech's data is
My
way too
hands are
corrupted.
sweaty too. Yeah, my hands be
Barry,
fucking
can you recover that
fountains
image from
currently.
earlier?
Understood, Master. Locating anomalous image data.
She makes me nervous, chat. I can't help it.
Really?
She makes me a little nervous.
It can't be him. It's just someone who looks like him. I must be saying things.
It's not. It's him.
Probably because I saw Truvia earlier. That's why Sir Pico came to mind.
No, it's
I must have mistaken the culprit for him.
No.
Yeah.
It's definitely them.
That has to be it.
No. But
What
okay.
What if that really
I
is-
like how he's trying to gaslight himself into thinking it's
Pale,
not.
Mr. Proxy. What happened? If we've gathered enough information, let's head back for now. No need to continue analysis here. The culprit is clearly long gone. Mr. Proxy.
Mr. Proxy.
Wise?
Hello.
Are you listening?
Oh, I'm fine. Just give me a little bit. I want to confirm something.
Just then, a rapid string of warnings blare from a broken mech.
Why, stay away from that mech.
Close. I need to figure this out.
Whoa.
Wait! The clue!
No! Stop!
What did you do?
Oh my god!
Something? Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Yo, it's like fate when they intertwine themselves with. I'm sorry, I'm going a little too far with this one.
I don't recognize these voices.
It's when they share their magic circuits in fate, chat. Psst, psst, spray.
Belly. This commendation ceremony has far too many steps. My legs are killing me from standing here.
Here, let me take a screenshot real quick.
Packages.
Oh my god. Oh, look, it's their old outfits. Oh my god, look at them. I love this crystal fragment movement too.
Everyone is watching.
Behave.
If you're going to be so proper about it, then stop replying.
Please welcome Colonel Vike and Lieutenant Colonel Dan of the Guard of Staves to the stage for their commendation ceremony.
Oh wait, why are you ahead of me, Belly? Shouldn't this be sorted by surname initials? Why are they using given names instead?
Because it's sorted by rank. A colonel comes before a lieutenant colonel. That makes sense, doesn't it?
I guess.
These are Remielle's memories. But why am I seeing them?
Because you're sharing
I'm
your
not
magic circuits, that's why. This is just like fate. It's actually insane.
A colonel of the Guard of Staves. Belliora Vike. this one is...
That is all I wish to add regarding the experiment. Professor Archie should have already gone over the rest with you.
Relax, Sunbringer. It'll be fine. You and RK have already explained the experiment to us nearly 100 times, each in your own way.
Then can you repeat it back to me, Remielle?
Don't worry, Sunbringer. I've memorized everything for her. I'll be watching over her during the experiment as well. So, there shouldn't be any problems.
Shouldn't be
What
any
do you
problems.
mean,
Shouldn't.
Belly, you're supposed to say it'll definitely be fine.
The Karma Core sealed within the Void Hunter weapon. At the moment, most of our research remains entirely theoretical. As for further resonating with it, Professor Archie's experimental plan remains only theoretically feasible. Belliora, Remielle, before the experiment officially begins, you may still back out at any time. No one will hold it against you.
What are you talking about, Sunbringer? Of course someone would hold it against me. If I were to back down out of fear and throw away a chance that might let us conquer the Hollows once and for all, my future self
Belly
would
Aura
never
is her
forgive
name.
me for it.
Yeah, they just call her Belly though. It's Remy and Belly.
Karma Core. What is that?
What is a Karma
I've never
Core?
heard of it.
Belly, you've been distracted today. What's on your mind?
Nothing in particular.
Really? Then does that mean you stepped on my feet 3 times in a row on purpose?
Ugh.
Come on, don't be so tense. We don't get to dance together every day. Just try to enjoy it, okay? I know what you're thinking.
Would you like the answer or try to find out? It was like a rhetorical question. We'll find out eventually, I'm sure.
That in tomorrow's experiment, no matter what happens, you'll be right there with me. As you always have.
That's why I checked. Yeah. You good though.
Just like always.
Oh my god. There's so much happening. This is the trailer.
Good night, Ellie.
And then you're swallowed completely in endless darkness. Oh man. That's crazy. Yo, Zenless taking a page out of Fate's book is pretty wild.
Where am I?
Good morning.
You're in someone else's home, sleeping
In someone else's bed.
Please tell me you don't drool in your sleep.
Remielle? Wait, is this the Enna Gang's hideout?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. It looks like you're still in good shape. That whole ordeal didn't scramble your brain after all.
No, it did
Tell
not.
me, what did you see?
A lot.
Now, don't go quiet on me, Mr. Proxy. Unless, are you perhaps a little too bashful to speak up? Worried you might be mistaken for a peeping Tom? I'll go first then. I saw you, your sister, and those 2 classmates of yours. What were their names again? Truvia and...
Mm-hmm. And?
Sir Pico.
Oh, right. Sir Pico. So that's what happened between you all. No wonder you were so shaken.
Why? Why were we able to see each other's memories?
That is not a question I can answer for you. After all, I have only experienced it twice myself.
Twice?
Twice?
Mm-hmm. The previous time was when I retrieved Thaumiel from within you. I was really caught off guard, too. I had no idea what was happening. It felt like a flood of memories that weren't my own poured into my mind all at once.
Yep, there it is.
Though it seems you have no recollection of it whatsoever. Maybe you were already on the verge of losing consciousness then, and felt nothing at all. All right. It seems I am the one who'll be mistaken for a voyeur. For the record, I didn't mean to pry. So, can you tell me now?
Oh my god,
What
hi!
exactly did you
Hello!
I saw you, Colonel Vike, and Lady Sunbringer.
The
You were talking
moon!
about something called
The
Karma
moon!
And after
The
that,
moon!
Not long after
Yo,
that,
the moon is so big
Ellie
tonight.
I killed her.
No! No!
I'm sorry,
Dude,
Wise.
no.
I know I was the one who brought this up, but I'd rather not talk about it anymore. It's getting late. You should head back to Amber Hall.
Damn. So that's like the confirmation that Vike is dead, right? Remielle ushers you to the elevator entrance. Oh boy. A short while later, at Remielle's place.
Does everyone in that covenant of yours have this nasty habit of haunting people like restless ghosts?
I'm simply concerned about your mental state, Remielle.
Then this is the worst possible time to appear. I can at least pretend you don't exist if you just stay away.
Sorry.
If you are truly sorry, then disappear. Now.
Whoa.
You knew all along that Faith and I would have that strange resonance, didn't you? I'll take your silence as a yes.
Yes. I knew all along that he would have an anomalous resonance with you. The part of you that's already fused with the Karma Core. But I'm sorry. I did not expect the two of you to see fragments of each other's memories because of it.
Fine. Since you are being so sincere, I will forgive you this once. So, why did you show up this time? Surely you didn't come all this way just to apologize.
Covenant, her faction name? I didn't even realize
After your
it.
previous encounter with Eldrega, I'm sure you realize what the three Sunbringers of Rose Califer truly are.
Copies. Fakes.
Perhaps. I'm not drawing any conclusions here, but I have a fairly good guess. Sunbringer. She always did have a habit of taking things too far.
What's your plan then?
My plan? Well, how about a short summer vacation here in Rose Califer for now?
Remielle, I hate to remind you again, but time is running out.
Though, to be honest, I don't think you need to be in such a hurry. I know that storm you foresaw better than you ever will. And I also know when it will arrive. And before it's finally here, let me rest a while longer. In this city in the sky, opportunities like this don't come often, so I just want to take one more good look at the ideal city my old friend poured her life's work into building, and at the final gift she left for this world.
I don't like any of that. This is making the long goodbye more of a long goodbye now. Or whatever the fucking name of this patch is. The sad goodbye. I don't even know what the fuck it's called anymore. I'm just worried at this point now.
I've never seen Remielle look that sad before. What exactly happened between Remielle, Colonel Vike, and Lady Sunbringer?
I mean,
Forget
a lot.
I shouldn't be dwelling on that. I've got to head back to Amber Hall first and review the data we collected.
Anything else you gotta say, buddy? What's on the wall? There's just like a lot of graffiti everywhere. It's like, you know, a city. We going to bed? Trying to ore farm a walking? No, that's me. I was doing that. I just didn't want to like skip through any of the stuff, you know. Hello?
Wise, you're finally back.
Huh? Belle, what's
What's
wrong?
wrong? Why do you
Why
look
do you
so
look so
tense?
tense?
Yes, I got the same question.
You suddenly lost contact with Fairy down at the bottom of the Retroflux zone. If Remielle hadn't used your phone to let me know you were safe, I was about to grab Billy and Cecilia and come looking for you.
Sorry. That's my fault. I should have let you know. Wait, how did Remielle know my phone password? Did she learn it back then?
So, what exactly happened after you lost contact with Fairy and me?
You explained about what happened. Okay.
You shared each other's memories. Can our ocular implants really do that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But Remielle said she saw something similar when she pulled Thaumiel out of me. I think Thaumiel and my ocular implants must have had some kind of weird reaction or a resonance.
True. Both times Thaumiel was there. But you spent quite
I don't know,
some
Belle.
time
Let's
with
try
Remielle
sharing memories.
before.
No, no, no! No.
Yeah,
No, no.
that's true.
No,
I feel
no.
like there has to be something else besides the ocular implants and Thaumiel.
No help me, Stepbro, in this saga.
How about we go ask Lady Dracena the night after tomorrow? She's overseeing our treatment, so she may know more about this.
The night after tomorrow? Why then?
Lady Dracena will be hosting a welcome banquet for the guests at the CCD reception hall. We received invitations as well.
Lady Dracena's hosting it herself? Does that mean the CCD's singularity leakage issue has already been resolved?
Most likely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have scheduled it. I heard that there's another welcome banquet happening in Virium at the same time. Lady Lindvern and the ESD are hosting it for guests who still haven't been cleared to land in Buastrom. When I went out this afternoon, I ran into Valina and Norma. It looked like they were already heading to Virium to make preparations.
So there are still guests stuck in Virium. Do you think that person who looked like Sir Pico could really have been...
No, Wise. There's no way that was Sir Pico. You know he already...
Yeah.
Wise, I get it. Seeing Truvia again was bound to bring back a lot of memories. But that's all in the past now. Sir Pico, Helios Academy, they're gone.
Hey, Belle, why do you look even more upset than I do?
Yeah, the real.
Anyway, let's leave the past where it belongs for the night. We should both get some sleep. We worked hard to get our schedule back on track. You wouldn't want to ruin it now.
Yeah, you too. Don't stay up late. And no scrolling under the covers. I'll be keeping an eye on you.
No scrolling underneath the covers. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Okay.
Maybe I should take another look at the data from the Retroflux zone before I call it a night.
Yeah?
If I'm lucky, I might find something that tells me who the culprit really is.
You sit in front of the HUD and completely lose track of time. Late that night. Wise?
Still on? Still working?
Wise?
Wise?
Oh, look at him. That's cute. Aw.
I told him to go to bed early, and here we are.
Didn't listen.
These scattered papers here are...
Notice, these are drafts Master used to analyze the culprit's intentions. Additional notice. Master has been asleep for approximately 30 minutes. Deep sleep is
No
highly
playing
probable.
phones under the
Suggestion.
cover. No playing games.
Second
Me?
assistant, please
for
refrain
real.
from any action that may wake Master.
Aw.
I know, Fairy.
Second
He
assistant.
needs some good rest. I'll handle it from here. That's what the second assistant is for.
Negative. Correction. Second assistant will complete it under Supreme Assistant's direction.
No Zenless before bed. I
counting on you
know.
then,
No Zenless
first
before
assistant.
bed.
Fairy, give me a quick summary of everything we've established so far.
Understood. Displaying all current findings and analysis for second assistant. Finding 1. The culprit's victims share no common traits. Their identities are of limited use for further deduction. Finding 2. Whenever the culprit implanted potent ether into each Bangbu victim, he also set a specific activation time and activation location.
So for the culprit, what matters was the time and location, not the victim's identities.
Affirmative. Based on current information, the most meaningful data is the time and location of each singularity leakage.
Fairy, can you pull up Airspace Patrol's recent records? Start from when singularity leakages began appearing frequently. I want to see when and where each occurred.
Understood.
Understood.
Accessing Airspace Patrol's internal network.
Wait, Fairy, why are you hacking into Airspace Patrol's intranet? How do we even explain this if they catch us? Just stick to the public records.
Too late, second assistant.
Too late.
Intrusion and search processes complete.
Too late.
A complete schematic has been generated for second assistant, with all singularity leakage times and locations marked.
So these circles mark where each singularity leakage appeared, right? The energy hub, the retroflex zone, the CCD. Looking at the map, they appear to be randomly scattered around Buastrom. Oh, right. I remember now. Even after a singularity leakage disappears, there's still a window where it can be reactivated.
Affirmative. Such events exist in archived records.
Fairy, could you mark the locations of these reactivated singularity leakages as well?
Fairy, do all the work for me.
Understood. Corresponding locations have been added to the map for second assistant.
The positions changed a lot. No wonder Lady Dracaena spent so long dealing with the CCD singularity leakage problem. Huh? Fairy, what's the significance of these overlapping areas?
Answer. These indicate multiple singularity leakages occurring in close proximity, both in time and location. Analysis. Under these conditions, multiple singularity leakages interact, causing the affected area in real space to expand accordingly.
So what you're saying is, multiple singularity leakages that appear at the same time and place can overlap? Wait, does that mean... Fairy, can you reorganize this data again? I want to pinpoint when and where these singularity leakages came closest to overlapping.
Understood. Generating new analysis results for second assistant.
Whoa.
This is it. This has to be it.
Alright, weird.
How long was I out? The fairy, I said wake me up after a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Belle, what are
Kind
you
of
doing
big
here?
brain. She's cooking with something.
Look at this. Fairy,
Look at
I
this.
found out why the culprit is creating these singularity leakages.
What is this?
This is the location of the singularity leakage the culprit created last week, 3 days after we rescued Toby. Each of these singularity leakages overlaps with the others, and the affected area stretches from the edge of Scommel Hollow all the way to Buastrom's main urban district.
So, the culprit could use this method to move something from Scommel Hollow to Buastrom.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Gertabulu?
It couldn't be. Gertablulu?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. The culprit's real objective is likely to move Gertablulu into Buastrom's urban district. When you encountered it before, it already showed a clear tendency to be attracted to singularity leakages.
What does that mean?
Okay, but what happens after that? Once Gertablulu is moved into Buastrom's urban district, then what? And besides, if it's really inside the singularity leakages in Buastrom right now, why hasn't anyone found it?
Looks like we'll have to follow the trail of the singularity leakages and investigate on site.
Okay,
I was
time to
thinking the same
go.
thing. Once it's daylight, Billy, Cecilia, and I will head to the energy hub. Maybe we can follow whatever traces are left and find a new lead.
Give me that new lead. Hell yeah.
I slept pretty badly last night. Oh well. I should head downstairs and find Billy and the others first.
Any other words? Just this?
Wise! There you are! Belle already told us everything.
Now
Did
that's
she?
our manager. You found a clue on the culprit in no time at all.
Yeah, did we?
Alright, time to investigate the site. We'll head to the energy hub and trace the singularity leakages as they appear, until we locate either the culprit or Gertablulu.
Gertabulu.
Right. Fairy and I will stay here and back you up remotely, just like before. Wise, if you run into the culprit or Gertablulu, don't do anything reckless, okay?
Don't do anything reckless.
safety comes
But my middle
Don't
name
worry,
is
Belle.
Reckless.
I promise I'll be extra careful.
Are we gonna be extra
We'll protect
careful?
the manager too.
I don't think so.
Yeah, don't worry, Belle. If If anything goes wrong, I'll grab Wise and make a run for it. Oh, sorry, Billy. You're on your own, buddy.
You're on your own, buddy.
No problem. A Starlight Knight always protects their companions until their dying breath.
Wow. Seriously? Come on. Don't say stuff like that. It's bad luck. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's go.
It's getting late. Let's go. Oh, time to go. I enjoy the love giving to Billy this season. Yeah, sure. Billy's okay.
And if things go south, just run. Huh? Where are we?
Back in Buastrom?
Back in Buastrom?
It looks like an office.
I think I've seen this place before. Familiar.
Wait, isn't this Lady Dracina's office? Valina brought me here before.
Huh? Lady Dracina's office? So Gertrude Lulu came all the way here just to walk straight into a trap?
I remember last patch when, like, the small Sunbringer, she went, like, missing, right? Or maybe she didn't go missing, but she, like, I don't know, it was that weird last cutscene where we were in her office, right?
Strange. We expected the trail of singularity leakages to lead into Buastrom, but why
there
would
was a
it end at
leakage,
Lady
yeah.
Dracina's office?
Wait, footsteps outside.
It's been like a week in-game time. Before you can start to hide, the office door opens.
You startled me.
What are you doing
all
here?
doing here? Well,
Actually,
Wise, you explain.
You tell Lady Dracina what you've discovered so far.
I see. A path formed by singularity leakages? I really hadn't considered that possibility before. If your speculation is correct, then Gertrude Lulu is most likely hiding among the singularity leakages in Buastrom right now. And if that's the case, then it all makes sense.
Dracina.
Lady Dracina, do you have any other clues?
Well, you see, a few nights ago, a small singularity leakage appeared near my office. Considering that, together with your deductions, the target of both the culprit and Gertrude Lulu is most likely Wise. Could I ask these two to step outside for a moment? After all, their identities.
Yes?
All right, Lady Dracina. We're all friends here. It shouldn't be an issue.
No, I'm sausage about Dracina also. Now that like we're here after speaking upon like the singularity leakage in her office, I kind of feel the same.
Eridu public security officer and an unemployed freeloader.
An unemployed freeloader? It's crazy. What the fuck?
Unemployed freeloader is a little harsh, Lady Dracina.
That's crazy.
Oh, I get it. It's the kind of top secret stuff where knowing too much means trouble.
That's a wild insult. True.
Maybe even getting silenced
I agree.
permanently.
Crazy.
Yeah,
More or less.
It's a bit complicated, so Wise and I will need some
Man,
time to
I liked little Dracina, and now I'm getting a weird vibe off of this.
Once we're done, someone will escort Wise back to you. Right away, no problem, Lady Dracina. Me and this
Robot vacuum.
will disappear right now. We already stopped listening.
We already stopped listening. And
Something feels off.
it does. Something does feel off. Oh, I have a tweet in the vault.
Is it something
I'm gonna tweet it right now. Actually, now that I don't know
Why would Lady
anything.
Dracina send them away like that? Should I call them back here?
What is it, Wise? Something on
Posted.
your mind?
I thought about that a while ago.
Dracina.
Come here, Wise. I'll tell you what happened that night.
I'll just say I got to this part at midnight.
I
Ooh.
had just returned to my
Ooh.
office. I sensed an unusually strong ether presence in the air. The source seems to be somewhere around here.
Now that you mention it, there still is a faint trace of ether in this room.
Aside from the residual ether, these documents were scattered across the floor at the time. Compare them with what you have found. Once you read them, you will understand.
CCD facility renovation plans.
And I was screaming.
Rosetta data.
I don't like the way she's smiling.
They don't seem to have much in common. What's going on? My eyes just...
My...
That ethereal broke in several days ago. So why is there still ether residue? And the ether isn't coming from in front of me.
It's coming from behind
It feels
him.
more like
It's coming from Justina. Oh my god! Oh my god! What?
You're not Lady Dracena. What exactly are you?
What?
Lady Dracena. I'm Truvia from High Ambitions Corp. I'm here for our appointment.
Truvia! Oh my god.
Huh?
Huh?
No. Move now.
What the heck? I'm.
We received word that something inside the CCD. Is that Miss Truvia?
How did this?
Secret?
Oh, stop! You little liar! You little
Yes,
liar!
Lady
You little liar! You little liar!
Wise? Lady Dracena, forgive my boldness, but do you mean Mr. Wise gravely wounded Miss Truvia?
Ooh, you little liar!
Yes, that's what happened. What I mean is, I never realized there was such a deep animosity between Wise and Truvia. But I believe Wise must have acted on impulse. He would never do this otherwise.
That's
In any
crazy.
case, our first priority is to find Wise.
To
and get the
lie
bottom of
so
this.
confidently is insane.
Here, so can I count on you to handle this, Secret? Secret, is something troubling you?
My apologies.
Lady
Oh my
Dracena.
god.
I will find
I mean, she
Wise
has
at
to
once and
believe
bring
her,
him back
right?
to you.
Chain of command.
I'll leave that to you, Secret. And about tonight, keep it quiet for now. We don't want our guests who've just arrived to feel any unnecessary panic.
Yes, Lady Dracena.
Oh, fuck. Dude.
Go, Secret. Go fulfill your duty. Find him, arrest him, and then bring him back to me.
No, that's that. Meanwhile, no, that line is nutty. I agree.
Why did you pull me away?
Because you were gonna get destroyed in there. I'm gonna take a screenshot real quick. Because I don't know, man.
Because she's beyond saving.
She's beyond saving.
Her wounds were clearly fatal. There was no way to save her. And
Surely not for the ass, right? No, for the thumbnail. For the thumbnail. The thumbnail.
face it on our own.
But aren't you powerful, Pyrois? You're supposed to be powerful, Pyrois. So why? Why didn't you use that power to save her?
Are you sure? Do you really want to see the rest of Rose Califer buried alongside your old classmate? Acting on impulse won't save her, and it won't help you either. Take some time to clear your head in the rain before that thing finds you.
That thing,
And then
yeah.
go do what only you can do. What you have to do.
Kill Dracena Sunbringer?
I can do. But right now,
I can't do anything.
I can't do anything.
Oh my god. Oh no. Remielle.
You sure look like a mess.
No. Oh no. no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. It's the rain. Oh my god.
It's only been one day. How did you end up like this?
Remielle, why are you here?
The airspace patrol alarms have been going off non-stop. So I had to check, didn't I?
She's using her
They
wing
could be looking
too.
for their
Yeah.
fugitive.
Oh no.
So, how did you manage to end up in such a mess? All right. If you don't want to talk, fine. But don't stand out here in the rain, okay?
He looks very empty. Yeah. I mean, but like I would be too if everything that I knew was a lie.
Oh, right. Amber Hall's already surrounded by the airspace patrol. Going back
Hey,
now,
thank you for a raid. I appreciate it.
in that case,
Thank you.
why not come to my place for a while?
Got a raid around the voice spoilers, don't worry. Thank you. If we get a shout out, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't answer,
Thank
then I'll
you.
take your silence as a yes.
Thank you. I appreciate you for stopping by and I appreciate you for the raid. I hope your Remielle pulls went amazing. We are deep into some spoiler territory for sure. I don't know what's going on in this game anymore, but holy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here, I'll stop here. Thank you for stopping by, chat. I appreciate it. I pulled for M2 Remielle yesterday, and I got my M6 Jane also from Anniversary Rewards. So I'm a very happy cat. After whatever's going on, I'm a concerned cat, though. But, boy, oh my goodness. If you are new here, following is for free. I do stream Zenless Zone Zero most days, and other gotchas.
Sit anywhere you like.
Wet
Just,
bedding is a pain to
not the
deal
bed.
with.
Wet bedding is such a pain to deal with.
Thank you for stopping by, though. If anyone does have to leave because of spoilers, I totally understand. Okay, so she doesn't want us to sit on the bed. But that's fine. Fire model, though. Thanks! I appreciate it. Thank you. Remielle, what
Here's a
was all
towel.
that?
You should try yourself off.
Oh,
If you've
boy.
got the strength, you can take a hot shower too.
Ooh, will you join
There's
me?
a makeshift bathroom over there. The Bamboo built it for me.
Okay.
Fine. If you don't want to move, I'll dry you off myself.
Oh, she's so nice. Why?
Why did you bring me here?
Hey, shouldn't you thank me first, Mr. Soaked to the Bone?
Thanks, Remielle.
Since when did you become so obedient?
Ooh.
That isn't like you at all.
Oh.
If you really want to show your thanks, here, it's your turn.
The Q&A game continues. Hands over a clean towel as she speaks. My turn to do what? The Q&A game.
Turn. To do what?
Your turn to dry my wings for me, of course. There are spots I can't reach on my own. Hey,
Say less, queen.
what's with that
Say
look?
less, queen.
I've already dried you off. Now it's your turn to return the favor.
Can I like dry them off with my lickish? Yeah.
Alright.
I got you. Say less. You switch places with the dude.
You know,
Oh my god!
I've never liked rainy days.
Sorry, this is definitely a screenshotable moment. Ooh wee. Oh my god, I'm so glad we're playing as Weiss. This is so peak Weiss POV, by the way.
The rain always leaves my wings soaked and heavy. Shake as I might, I can never quite dry them. The same goes for taking a shower, though at least I can manage to keep my wings from getting too wet.
Aw.
Wet wings must feel really uncomfortable, huh?
Yes, honestly, it's miserable. and such a hassle to manage.
What a heavy burden. Yeah, she's got two heavy burdens, that's for sure.
Start shedding. Too cold and I catch a chill.
Her wings, Chad, her
But
wings.
I
Her
can't just wait
wings.
for them to air dry. It takes forever, and I'm way too impatient for that. Besides, it leaves this strange smell that I can never wash out.
Strange smell. Stinky.
The best solution is a slow towel dry like this. But with wings this large, there are always spots I can't reach. Before, if I got caught in the rain, I'd sneak onto Belly's bed and roll around, drying my wings on her sheets.
Huh? Wait. Why would you crawl into someone else's bed? Wouldn't that make her upset?
Me and
It was
Belly had a
fine as
different
long as
type of
I didn't get
relationship.
Though, of course, whenever Belly did notice me, she was absolutely furious.
That's so cute.
And no matter how angry she was, in the end, she'd always do just what you're doing now. Slowly drying the spots that were still damp. Wise, do you know what New Eridu's records say about what became of Belly and me?
I remember something about an operation called the Day of Silence. You and Colonel Vike were involved in an accident, and then both died in the line of duty.
Yes, died in the line of duty. Such a noble, dignified phrase. Though, in a sense, it isn't entirely wrong. After all, for us Void Hunters, our first and only duty was to suppress the Karma Core inside our weapons.
The Karma Core inside the Void Hunter's weapons?
That's right. Remember the Enchainer I mentioned before? What truly sets them apart from ordinary ethereals is a special core known as a Karma Core, found only within an Enchainer. According to RK, a Karma Core differs from an ordinary ether core. It doesn't form naturally. It is something made directly by the Creator.
Whoa!
The Creator made the Karma Cores, a power capable of rewriting the laws within Hollows, and used them as the cores to create the Enchainers of the Great Hollows. That's the gist of it, at least. Back then, after a long and bitter struggle, we finally were able to bring down one of the Enchainers. But the Karma Core itself could not be destroyed.
Gee whiz indeed.
They wanted to
Oh my
eliminate
god.
the threat posed by the Karma Core once and for all, while allowing humanity to harness the power within it. In the end, they found a way to seal the Karma Core within Porceloy. And from that, they forged the Void Hunter weapons.
Oh,
So the power
jeez.
inside Void Hunter weapons ultimately comes from the Creator?
Yes.
What?
Which is exactly why there are so many side effects. At the time, we were naive enough to believe that if we could truly master that power, humanity might finally overcome the Hollows once and for all. So, when RK and Sunbringer proposed the plan, we never doubted it for a moment.
Lady Sunbringer and Professor RK's plan?
Yes. Project Sunseeker.
Sunseeker.
I'll never forget that accursed name for as long as I live. Simply put, it was an experiment that used vast quantities of Porceloy as a medium to partially fuse us Void Hunters with the Karma Core sealed within our weapons.
They fused you with a Karma Core. Then that would mean...
It meant we'd become artificial enchainers. No more enduring
Okay.
the costs of wielding
Okay.
Void Hunter weapons, and perhaps even achieving a stronger form to defend New Eridu. Looking back, I can hardly believe I fell for RK's lies so easily.
So, it was in that experiment when you and Colonel Vike...
Yes, Belly and I were the final participants. Or rather, the final final test subjects.
That
Looking back,
stinks.
I wonder if Belly already knew the truth behind RK and Sunbringer's plan. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have insisted on coming along. She's never been one to enjoy the spotlight. If only I'd realized what she was thinking sooner.
Remielle.
RK was extremely meticulous, always laying out careful, detailed plans. So, I can't say if the Karma Corps losing control during the experiment was truly an accident, or if it was his cleverly disguised plan all along. But whatever the truth, it ended with the Karma Corps spiraling out of control and Belly becoming a new enchainer. As for me, I partially fused with the Karma Core inside Thamiel, becoming what I am now. A monster. Half human, half enchainer.
What?
Maybe, deep down, I'm just not ready to give up my life so easily. In the final moment, Thamiel's power of controlling temporal patterns froze me in a state of near suspended animation. I didn't fully awaken from the seal in Persena's Hollow until about a year ago.
Jeez.
Power of temporal
Oh my god.
patterns.
Right. Remember my feathers? The ones that can pin you in place? That's an example.
Dude, I can't make a Gunnar joke right now. I'm like, I'm too emotional.
And because I partially fused with the Karma Core, even without Thamiel, I can replicate a similar effect on a smaller scale. But that little bit of power isn't nearly enough to take on those 3 Sunbringers. That's why I had to reclaim Thamiel. Even if it accelerates my path to becoming an enchainer, I still have to...
Remielle falls silent for a moment. That's so sad.
Never mind. Enough about me. Why am I even telling you all of this?
Because
Still,
you have no one to talk
now
to,
that I've told
probably.
you so much. It's your turn.
Thanks. My turn again.
Huh? My turn again? For what exactly?
To tell me your story, of course. Let's call it another round of our little Q&A game. You didn't actually ask, but I had a feeling you'd want to know. So I went ahead and answered anyway. Now, it's your turn.
You just started talking on your own. Oh boy.
I wasn't actually going to ask you anything. You simply started explaining it on your own.
Fair enough. But once you say certain things out loud, they don't weigh on you quite as much anymore. Or perhaps you'd like a little help getting started? Let me think.
Serpico and Truvia. They transferred to Helios not long after Belle and I started there. They came from a prominent background. They were the adopted children of Mosient, the head of High Ambitions Corp. They were exceptional students as well, so it didn't take long for them to become some of the Academy's most talked about students. We were all studying under Miss Carroll at the time.
Miss Carroll.
And before long, we became close friends. Back then, we all had ambitious plans for the future. Understanding the Hollows. Perhaps even conquering the 6 Great Hollows. In our teacher's words, we were meant to seize the sun called Helios.
Whoa!
Later,
Oh my god.
the 4 of us who
Hello.
ranked at the top became the only 4 people ever to have smart ocular implants. Then, during a performance test for the implants, I lost control. Serpico.
Yeah, huge.
He died because of me.
Or at least you thought he died.
When I finally woke up in the hospital, I learned that Truvia had been taken away by people from High Ambitions Corp the day after the incident. The next time I saw her was during the fall of the old capital. She was with one of High Ambition's rescue teams. To be honest, I never imagined we'd meet again like that. Belle and I were seriously injured, but we still wanted to go back. Back to the ruins of Helios, to save as many people as we could. We begged Truvia for High Ambition's help. We promised we'd guide them through the hollows, that we'd do whatever it took. But she turned us down without hesitation.
Yeah, she was
really
like,
remember what
don't
happened
want to
after
see
that.
you ever again.
But on that day at Helios, no one made it out alive except Belle and me. Then in Rose Califer, I met Truvia again. We talked about the past, but the way she spoke about it felt as though she were talking about someone else's life.
Oh!
I didn't know how to face her. And ever since then, no matter what I do, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. That gaze. I don't know whether it was Truvia's or Serpico's or...
Perhaps it was your own. The you from the past. The one who kept thinking, if only I'd done something sooner. The one who never managed to forgive themselves. Making peace with the past isn't easy. And sometimes you don't get the chance at all.
Yeah, there won't be another chance. Truvia, she was killed by Dracena. By that thing pretending to be Dracena.
Something pretending to be Dracena.
Yeah.
Wise, what exactly happened before I found you? Will you tell me?
A lot. A lot happened.
I see. So that means Dracena, the youngest of the Sunbringers, had already... No. Judging from the timeline and the outcome, perhaps not yet.
Suddenly, a little interruption happened.
What's happening outside?
I'm not sure. Let's go find out.
Go back, there's nothing here.
Forgive me, but I cannot obey.
Secret.
Is that secret?
Lady Secret, please, don't come any closer.
I'm afraid I cannot comply. I know Mr. Wise is here, and I have come to take him back. Please do not stand in the way of my duty.
Secret. She won't be easy to fool.
Yeah.
Wise, hide for now. I'll
Hide.
think of something. Wise?
What are you doing? Yeah, what are we doing?
Secret.
Turning
There's no need
himself
to pressure
in?
them.
What the
Right
fuck?
here.
Thank you for your understanding and cooperation, Mr. Wise.
But I'm sorry. I can't go back with you.
Well, since Wise has already stepped out into the open, I suppose there's little point in my remaining hidden. This would be our first proper face-to-face meeting, would it not, Deputy Director of Airspace Patrol?
Remielle. Now that is an unexpected development. Mr. Wise, Lady Dracena has ordered a search for you. But our only aim is to uncover the truth of what happened inside the CCD. So please, come back with me. As for this fugitive wanted for the attempted assassination of Lady Eldrada...
Just so we're clear, if you decide to make a move here, you'll be the only one who dies.
Whoa.
How can
All
you
right.
be so sure before you actually try?
Whoa. Calm down
I
now.
don't mind getting my hands am a fugitive after all. Hardly a saint to begin with. But are you really willing to die like this? As a puppet controlled by that monster without ever learning the truth?
Then speak plainly. I have no patience for riddles.
Very well. You really do take all the fun out of it, don't you? Then I'll tell you outright. The Sunbringer inside the CCD was Gerta Blulu in disguise.
They can do that? Huh?
What did you say?
Huh? I expected that reaction from Sigrid. But you too, Wise? I thought you'd figured it out already.
I mean, like, I was there and I saw it, but how, like, but how? Like, what do you mean?
That's quite a leap. I know that definitely wasn't Lady Dracaena,
But Gerta Blulu?
Blulu? How is that even possible?
The thing kind of looks like
that
the hand.
is quite a story you've come up with,
Oh my
Remielle.
god. There's too many things happening.
I was expecting something more along the lines of, how dare you slander Lady Dracaena, followed by you charging straight at me with your spear. I was quite prepared for that. Or could it be you've suspected all along that the Sunbringer at the CCD might not be the real one?
What makes you so certain that it was Gerta Blulu?
Intuition,
perhaps? Of course, there was also my trust in Wise, and a little reasoning. According to Wise's account, they followed the trail of singularity leakage through the energy hub, yet somehow ended up in Draceena's office. Then the false Dracaena showed up, sent Billy and Cecilia away, began mutating into an ethereal, and attempted to silence Wise for good. That's when Truvia arrived. She saw through the imposter's disguise too, and became her first target. After that, Sigrid, Dracaena ordered you to bring Wise back to the CCD and uncover the truth. Have I got that right?
I guess. Sure. Oh man, there's a lot going on. My head is...
Sigrid, I understand why you'd find it hard to believe, but this is what I saw with my own eyes.
I did receive orders from Lady Dracaena.
But what does that prove?
What does that prove?
Let's put it this way, Sigrid.
My hands are so sweaty, man. I'm like stressed.
I assumed Lady Draceena's karma core had gone out of control and turned her into an enchainer. But from what we've seen before, if that were the case, there is no way
Mom
she could
spaghetti.
have retained her
I
human
wish I had that.
much less continued issuing orders to you. With that possibility ruled out, and considering Wise's discovery of the singularity leakages, along with the recent appearance of multiple enchainer larvae, it is entirely possible that either Gerta Blulu or Bashmu entered the CCD through the singularity leakage, and through the karma core,
and partially became fused
with Dracaena.
How could that
fuck?
even be possible?
It seems you have at least a basic understanding of enchainers and karma cores. Good. That saves me a fair bit of explanation. I can't say how Sunbringer managed it, but the most likely explanation is that she divided her karma core into 3 parts and entrusted them to the 3 ladies we see today. That would also explain why Gerta Blulu and Bashmu appeared at roughly the same time. Then again, there may be a 3rd enchainer larva out there that we simply haven't discovered yet. As for why I don't think it was Bashmu, well, that's the easy part.
Bashmu is enormous.
Bashmu is enormous.
He's too big.
Had it appeared in Buastrum, it couldn't possibly have gone unnoticed.
Real.
So, either it was Gerta Blulu, or a
3rd
enchainer larva we
larva.
haven't discovered yet. It attacked Lady Dracaena, and it succeeded. Just not completely. Otherwise,
So that's what happened in the last story patch at the end. I'm assuming, right?
It would be like 2 people fighting over the same controller. Dracena's consciousness and Gerta Blulu's consciousness coexist in the same body.
Or could have this happened like
competing for
before all of
control
that?
both the body and the Karma Core. Judging by the current situation, it seems Gerta Blulu has the upper hand.
That is still nothing more than speculation. And if Mr. Wise deceived you, then none of your conclusions would hold.
It's true. I have no way of proving that I wasn't lying.
It's all right, Wise. I believe you. And I believe everything you've told me. Remember the rules of our little Q&A game. You don't have to tell the whole truth, but no one is allowed to lie. And besides, Sigrid, you've heard us out this much already. I'd say that means there's still room for us to talk. Wouldn't you agree?
What is it you want to talk about?
Why, how to get that poor little Sunbringer out of her current predicament, of course. So, interested?
I mean,
there's too many eyes out here.
I guess.
We should speak inside.
I like this do not enter sign. I don't know why. Like, out of all the stressful things that's happening, this like, no enter.
And here I thought you would let me go on purpose.
I'm like super stressed, dog. Wait, what? Wait, what? This is the Sunbringers, huh? What an interesting thing to see right after everything happened. Maybe this is what the 3 Sunbringers wanted poster. I don't want a person that looks at anything but on a dude, what the fuck is this? 3-figure doodles by Bang Boo's Wobbly Hands. Why are the NA boss so against the 3 Sunbringers? I mean, I would know now. Maybe like 2 hours ago, I wouldn't have known what the fuck we were talking about. But like now, I kind of get it. Oh boy. Sorry, I like looking at all of the little guys.
I never expected the Airspace Patrol surveillance network to have such a glaring blind spot.
Would you call it that? Before all this, I wouldn't have believed anyone would willingly live in the sewers with a whole colony of Bangbu either.
I was pretty shocked when I first got here too.
All right, let's save the small talk for later. Let's discuss how we're going to deal with Gerta Blulu. Or rather, what to do about Dracena. First of all, the enemy has already taken control of the CCD. That effectively gives it access to Rose Califer's communications network as well. In other words, we can't communicate with anyone through electronic means right now. If we do, it'll notice us almost immediately.
Lady Dracena did give orders to keep a close watch on any unusual communication signals within the island.
See? The enemy is already starting to show the cloven hoof. No offense to horse tyrants, of course.
Go on.
Go on.
Dealing with it wouldn't actually be difficult. The real problem is how to do it quietly. Even I can't be sure I could bring it down in a single strike. None of us knows how deeply it has fused with the Karma Core. If we act rashly, worst case, everyone in Rose Califer ends up witnessing Lady Dracena turn into an ethereal. And by then, even if we manage to save Dracena, to Rose Califer, all we've really done is save a monster that could turn into an ethereal at any moment.
I never thought you cared about Rose Califer's order and stability.
Why wouldn't she?
Why wouldn't I?
Yo, I wrote this story, by the way. I wrote the story.
Remielle's right. We need a way to keep the imposter contained without drawing any attention. Sneaking back into the CCD again probably won't work. Even if Sigrid helped us and cleared out all the guards, the imposter would notice the moment she did anything out of the ordinary. Unless we could somehow lure the imposter out of the CCD and into somewhere isolated. Somewhere no one would notice. Wait.
I've got it.
Remielle, Sigrid, I know how we can deal with the imposter without drawing anyone's attention.
Oh?
Yes.
Please, go on.
Tomorrow evening, the CCD will be holding a welcoming banquet for the island's guests in its reception hall. Lady Dracena is scheduled to host it herself, which means she'll have to appear in person.
That does sound promising. We could go in as guests instead of forcing our way into the CCD. That would save us a great deal of trouble.
But, Mr. Wise, with so many guests around, how do you plan to stay unnoticed?
What if, by the way?
What if a singularity leakage were to appear at the exact moment the imposter makes an appearance? Or rather, a passage formed by multiple singularity leakages. That's how it was transferred to Buastrom in the first place. So naturally, we can use the same method to send it back. And if there are no airspace patrol soldiers near the hollow at the time, then it shouldn't attract any attention, right?
Sure.
I am starting to lose track of what you mean, Mr. Wise.
I'm a little
How are you
slow.
going to make a singularity leakage appear in the CCD reception hall at that exact time?
Yesterday, Remielle and I found the culprit's crime scene at the bottom of the retroflux zone. We also figured out how those singularity leakages are being created. I think I can make something similar. As long as we keep it under control, nobody at the banquet should be in any danger.
Fighting fire with fire, are we?
Yeah. As long as we have stable hollow observation data to run the calculations. Oh, wait. No. I don't have the HDD with me. And I can't contact Belle or Ferry either. So, how am I supposed to get stable hollow observation data?
That look on your face tells me something's wrong, Wise.
If you are concerned about obtaining stable hollow observation data, while I am not an expert in that field, I should still be able to offer some assistance. There is a derelict area known as Rosewick within the Scommel Hollow.
Scommel Hollow.
During patrols, we discovered equipment there that is similar to what the CCD uses to process Rosetta data. However, due to their excessive size, they were left abandoned on site and never retrieved.
If the equipment is still operational, we should be able to make use of it. But without data boot to handle the calculations, that would probably take... Oh, the Enna Gang's Bangbu.
The Enna Gang Bangbu.
Used to be CCD data boo. If they're willing to help us.
Maybe.
Don't you remember, Wise? In their eyes, those three Sunbringers are all
imposters. Yeah.
Anyway, leave this to me. At the very least, Prophet Boo should be willing to do me this favor. That leaves one final question. How are we supposed to get into Scommel Hollow without tipping off the imposter?
I don't know. How? Tell me. Say less, Queen.
Why are you both suddenly looking at me like that?
Oh,
nothing.
I simply thought a certain airspace patrol deputy director might be able to get us into Scommel Hollow.
At first light tomorrow, I will return here and find a way to get you to Rosewick.
Oh.
I can also pretend I never saw you tonight.
Oh.
That is all the assistance I can offer.
Oh.
And if I discover that everything you have told me is false, I will personally answer for tonight's decision.
Oh.
Whatever the cost.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Before I leave, there is one final matter I would like to confirm with you, Remielle. You once attempted to assassinate Lady Eldrada.
Yes.
Why then are you going to such lengths to save Lady Dracena?
Because none of them are the Sunbringer I'm looking for.
I see.
To me, they're no different from this city in the sky. They're all gifts Sunbringer left behind for the world. I simply don't want to stand by and watch the things my friend cherished be destroyed by monsters from who knows where.
That makes sense. It's sad. It's depressing. I'm sad. It's getting late. Oh boy. There's still more story? Oh my god. We're still going? Oh my god. We are still going. Sorry, I thought we were going this way. My bad. Let's talk to you first. You doing alright? Not too bad, you? Me, well, I'm clearly used to this situation already, so I'm fine, of course. That's not what I'm talking about. Aww! Oh my god, stop. That's a good one. That's a good one. You can rest assured that I won't snap and attack you while we're working together. Well, using Thaumiel's strength? I need that power. There's no reason for me to hold back. I don't like that, Mr. Worrywart. Just like a week ago. The corruption was showing my skin, and trust me, uh-oh. Oh no, 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 no. I'd rather die. Oh god. Feels like we're way off track. I like the little emotes that she does. It was a really nice touch that Zenless added. I don't mind giving you my bed. Ooh. Bedtime. 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 Yes, Sniffa. Try touching the bed. Bed's still warm. Come to think of it, with wings that big, she probably only sleeps face down at night. Yo. Never mind. Sleeping face down is so uncomfortable, man. What the fuck? Wait, can I go back? Idle arcade machine. Sorry, I didn't touch this earlier. Let's challenge her. Yeah, if we make it through this. Yo, she got that face down, ass up. Chat, I can't do this anymore.
Feels like way too much happened today. My brain can barely keep up.
Same. Same. My brain can barely keep up also.
There's no way I'm making it back to Amber Hall. I guess I'll have to stay here for the night.
Oh, we're gonna just sleep on this bench?
I hope Bella and the others won't worry. No, of course they will.
Let's take a rest. You toss and turn all night.
Oh, Seeger's here so early. I'd better go take a look.
It is indeed daytime. It is indeed daytime now. Sorry, I just wanted to like double back and see if there's anything else there.
Good morning. I have secured a carrot for the Rosewick area.
Carrot.
As promised, I will escort you there.
How do you intend to get us there? Surely not under the pretense of transporting newly captured fugitives.
Of course not. I brought this.
She definitely thought about it.
That hesitation was very telling. She really did consider taking us there as prisoners.
So, what's inside?
Costumes and props. They should allow you to accompany me openly into Scommel Hollow.
Costumes and props, huh?
I see. Airspace patrol uniforms.
Right. If we're disguised as airspace patrol soldiers and accompany you in the hollow, this should work. Thank you, Secret.
Yes. That is the plan.
Yeah, that's
In any
definitely the
case,
plan.
Please hurry and change. Time is short. We must depart as soon as possible.
I am kind of suspicious about Secret, but okay. I got a little, the hair on the back of my tail is a little up. I'm a little, concerned.
Hey, look! What's that?
Oh my god, we're the roarers!
There are 2 Mr. Roars?
A black one and a tan one. Gowa Gowa. Is something the matter?
Why have you fallen silent? Is the size incorrect?
That's so funny. Oh my god.
It's, not just the size. Though the size is certainly part of the problem. Secret, are you serious? You expect this to fool the airspace patrol soldiers?
I like how this one looks like Weiss.
Yes. I believe it should serve well enough.
No. No. There's no serving here.
There's no serving
The deputy
here.
director of the airspace patrol traveling with Mr. Roar. 2 Mr. Roars, no less. Is there anything in Rose Califer more suspicious than that?
She must have had her
Remielle,
reasons.
Calm down. I'm sure Sigrid has her reasons for this.
In truth,
it was already rather late by the time I returned yesterday, and I had no time to prepare. As luck would have it, one of our squad members found a Mr. Roar mascot suit near Beckford Street during yesterday's routine patrol, so I brought it with me.
Near Beckford Street.
Beckford Street. Remielle, is this the one you left there the day before yesterday?
Oh? So you are fond of Mr. Roar too,
You're
Remielle?
fond of him?
I am not.
I am not.
How did you even arrive at that conclusion? Wait. There are 2 mascot suits here. Don't tell me.
The other one is mine.
Oh, the other is... It's mine. Gowa Gowa. In any case.
Once we enter
Secret,
the
a
outpost,
furry confirmed.
I ask that you both cooperate and play your parts as Mr. Roar properly.
It's her undercover
do
suit,
anything
chat.
that
It's
would reveal
not
your
it's nothing like that. It's so she can go undercover, obviously. Okay, Rar.
Understood, Deputy Director Sigrid. From now on, we're the Roar twins.
You seem rather pleased with yourself.
Stay in character, Remielle. Every sentence Mr. Roar says must end with "rar."
Rar.
Understood, Deputy Director Sigrid. Rar.
Very well. Since you are both prepared, let us move out.
Here it comes. Here what comes. Oh, we get to walk as Secret. That's actually kind of pog. I'm into it. I'm interested. Yo, look at these hooves. These hooves are made for fucking walking. Oh man, I wish I could try her attacks. Maybe we'll get to that eventually. Yo, I'm so excited to do the secret the booty badge dropper. Yo, her titties are bouncing also. Jesus Christ. She got that ass on her. Goddamn.
I never thought I'd be putting this outfit on a second time.
Looked to me like you were enjoying yourself.
Not a Gooner game, by the way. Yeah, no. This is not a Gooner game. What do you mean?
Do not forget to add
Rar.
to the end of your sentences.
It's like the VTubers that go super hard and they're like, isn't it a fun day, nya? It's so nice to see you, Nya. Thank you for the sub, Nya. Oh my god, hi, Nya. You know, it's like that, chat.
Good morning, Lady Sigrid.
Oh my god,
Up and
hi.
about early as always, huh?
Bounce on a Dio.
They are?
Who are they? We are the Roarers,
Mr. Roar.
obviously. Mr. Roarers.
I know it's Mr. Roar, but, why plural?
Because there's clearly two of them.
Obviously, Mr. Roar has a twin.
Huh. Since when did that become part of his backstory? I've never heard of that before.
It's new.
Did you really think Rose Califer's massive pancake demand could be handled by a single Mr. Roar? Mr. Roars, please
The
tell
pancake
my
demand?
subordinate the truth.
I am Mr. Roar.
I'm the Mr. Roar who works on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays.
Roar!
I'm the Mr. Roar for the Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday shifts.
Roar!
That signature catchphrase. Yeah, that's definitely Mr. Roar. Wait, no, that's not the point here. Lady Sigrid, why have you brought Mr. Roars out here?
The VA goes kind of hard here. Yeah, they're really funny.
For pancakes?
For pancakes.
Huh. Pancakes. Is that some kind of mission code name?
Yes. Yes. Pancake mission.
Oh no, he's definitely suspicious. And why pancakes? Who would bring Mr. Roar into the hollow just for pancakes?
I can't believe I actually went along with this absurd disguise plan.
I get it now, Lady Sigrid.
Huh?
The pancake ingredients were lost in the hollow, weren't they? That's why you rushed two Mr. Roars in to help search for them.
Uh-huh.
I understand completely. Rose Califer needs pancakes just as much
Yep.
as Airspace Patrol needs
Yep.
you and Lady Linvern.
Yep.
What is this guy even talking about?
This guy is a
How did he get from pancakes
sack
to
of
that?
rocks, I said. My god.
Affirmative. That is correct.
No, that is definitely not what you meant. That pause was way too obvious.
Oh, I understand everything.
I understand
now.
everything, Lady Sigrid.
Please, wait a moment. I'll let you and the two Mr. Roars through right away.
Oh my god, how is this
I don't want to think about how any of this makes sense anymore.
Agreed. My head hurts too. I'm starting to think a second brain might be necessary.
Rawr.
The route is ready. We may depart whenever you are prepared.
A perfect follower of the Airspace Patrol. Yep. Sack of rocks. Actually, indeed. I agree. I understand everything now, actually, Rawr. I understand it all. Are we gonna get to play as Sigrid? I would love to do that. I would love to give me some horse action. Give me some horses in the back. Together, the three of you enter the Scommel Hollow. Yes, continue.
All right. From here on, there is no need to worry about being spotted by my subordinates. There are no scheduled patrols in Rosewick today. What are you two doing?
Taking off these dumb disguises, obviously.
Finally got this headpiece off. I was beginning to wonder how much longer I could last in there.
See? I told you. This costume is way too tight and stuffy.
I wasn't
Getting
lying.
stuck in it the other day was definitely not my fault. It's not very polite to stare, Miss Deputy Director.
Help me, step bro. I'm stuck.
Or is there something on my face?
No, nothing like that. I merely thought you seemed somewhat more lively than I had expected. You are quite different from the Remielle described in the records of the first generation Void Hunters.
Yeah, obviously.
In those records, we all come across as rather stern and proper, don't we? Well, I suppose that can't be helped. We were void hunters, after all. We had to look the part, especially the sort of void hunter people expected to see. The head of the Hoshimi family gets lost at the drop of a hat. Sunbringer is a bit socially awkward. And Joyous spends every other day nursing a hangover.
What?
You wouldn't expect any of that to make it into the official
Joyous is a
records,
drunk? That's crazy.
Indeed.
Also,
That was who they
wait,
really
hold on. Wait.
Nothing
So,
like the
like,
people
is it just like
described
a
in those
family trait of the Hoshimi family? That just basically they're all airheads and like space cadets? Are we for real right now? Like, Swordmaster is also just as like the tism is genetic. The tism is genetic. The other one is a drunk. Remielle is kind of a ditzy girl. Like, was Vike the only normal one? Oh my god. What about you, Remielle?
What about you, Remielle? What's the real you like?
The real me? Isn't she standing right in front of you already?
You know it. That's about what I expected.
That's so funny.
Oh my, then we really are in sync. But let's save the gossip for later, shall we? Don't forget why we came here.
Yes. The central district of Rosewick is just
The Void Hunters are just a bunch of college
we're looking for
hooligans.
should
I
be
mean, the Void Hunters are just
Let's keep moving.
a fancy name for very strong sacrifice. Oh, let's go!
Let us pass through this tunnel first. Rosewick should be just ahead.
Yo, horse time. I'm very interested in this. I'm so excited to pull for horse on side account. Her gameplay is really good. Oh, I'm actually super excited now. Yo. Very excited. Very nice rock. Very nice rock. Very nice rock.
So this is Rosewick.
What a spectacle.
Rosewick. I never imagined this place would end up like this.
Huh? You've been here before?
Beep 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 beep. I don't understand how we're in Rosewick, but there's like still transportation happening. Like, I don't know if that was supposed to the scripted, I guess.
That
Scripted.
enormous building in the distance is called Meridian Hall. It was once a
Rawr.
research facility personally overseen by Sunbringer.
They could be automated.
And the main focus of that
I don't. Yeah, I don't. Just
was
don't
to work
understand.
with
There's
Joyous and others
public
to
transportation
verify
here.
whether the
Oh my
Rosetta
god.
Data computational model was viable. But as for how this place ended up in the Hollow, that
I don't know.
Of course, the research institute back then
Oh,
didn't
no.
look like this.
I can't just put it on auto.
At the very least,
Okay.
it wasn't so twisted. It should be fine. Many of the facilities inside Meridian Hall were made of porcelain, so they should be pretty ether resistant. As for the spatial structure, we'll have to rely on the back door that Sunbringer left behind.
Back door.
You'll see when we get there.
All right. Okay, I guess. Yo, I am so excited to try out combat with Sigrid. Oof. Oof.
Tactical deployment. Mr. Wise? Did you ride along the tracks like this last time as well?
Yeah, kind of.
Sorry, Secret. The first ride can...
What is that glowing over there?
The first ride can...
I never expected it would still be right where I left it.
They need to change the pacing of that. That kind of stinks how we got caught off there, but it's like whatever. I wish there were harder enemies to learn her combos. Yeah, I'm sure we could just maybe like dodge a little bit more. When Sigrid uses a 4th hit of a basic attack, Frost-tipped spear, or an EX special attack, if she's not in the, okay, so we just, it's fine. Like, but like, we'll just like dodge. We'll dodge.
They're starting to gather.
We'll just dodge.
Call me anytime you need my help.
We'll just like dodge a little bit.
There's no need. This is barely even a warm-up.
Do I hit her leg EX like on a dodge?
Impeccable form.
You can parry. Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
Watch out for a surprise attack.
Hit me. Oh, okay, maybe not. You need stacks. Oh, stop. I don't... How many stacks do I need? Like, all 3? I'm very curious.
Stride for stride. My speed carves the sky.
Wait, that's so cool. What the heck? Oh, wait. Ooh, look at her freeze time.
Victory. Hold the line. And open. You are cornered.
She is real cool. Not to be like, oh my god, an ice attacker. She's so cool, but like I'm just, she's just really tight. God, I love her legs. Yeah, she got them long fucking legs. Got them long horse legs. She's just all legs. Jesus Christ. Yo, the way she like does that too. Oh, she's super cool. That's where her muscle is. Yeah, for sure. Did you see that alt? Goddamn.
This object.
I was thinking about starting a new account to get Sigrid. I'm getting Sigrid on my alt account, which is this account, so I get it for sure.
Yes, both are Sunbringer's creations after all.
She has a nice asset. Real? Real.
I'm surprised this key hasn't been affected by the spatial distortions.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to skip through that.
It's the key to Meridian Hall, the back door that Sunbringer left.
This is a key, you say? But
I have
where is
3
the door?
stacks on me, by the way. I don't know if anyone notices
I'm
that.
afraid you'll have to ask Sunbringer herself.
There's a thing there. That's okay.
Aside from Meridian Hall, most of the buildings here were residences and other facilities prepared for the researchers who worked here. In other words, even if they were swallowed by the Hollow, it wouldn't matter. There was nothing important inside them to begin with. But Meridian Hall is different. The prototype used to verify Rosetta data is stored inside. Sunbringer, she always believed these instruments might still serve.
At the top of my low priority list. I have too many ICPSs on my account. I have all of them and I don't play with them, so that's why I'm gonna skip Sigrid, but I don't have any on my side account, so I might as well.
So she designed a dedicated emergency restoration system for the
But I also
entirety
skipped
of Meridian
Remielle on
Hall.
my side account. No Void Hunters, no
That's the back
Yuzuha.
door I mentioned.
Minimal W engines,
Once
you know, the
activated,
Nuzlocke
it will
account,
rapidly
chat. The
restore
Nuzlocke
space
account.
both inside and outside
The
to
Zenless
the,
hardcore account.
Default state recorded when the device was configured, allowing people to enter and leave. Hold your horses there. my
Hold your
impatient
horses.
friends. Let me finish first.
That's funny.
There's
She said
actually
that.
2 parts to this key, and we need both to enter. Back then, Sunbringer gave each of us Void Hunters a copy of the key, just in case the unexpected happened. But,
You know.
me, I thought it was quite troublesome, so, well, I simply hid both pieces of the key she gave me somewhere nearby. I mean, people hide spare keys under doormats or in flower pots all the time, right?
Yeah, sure.
At least it worked out, right? If I had taken it with me back then, we'd be at a loss now. As for the other part of the key, if memory serves, I hid it somewhere rather high up, I think.
Huh?
It was over 100 years ago. Surely it's natural for me to have forgotten.
This feels suspicious.
You sure are sharp. But careful there, Detective Wise. Or someone may just turn you into a static background asset with all RGB values set to 255.
You two.
Cut the
Let's
chatter. No
Since
more
this
chit chat.
is still
We
here,
need to go.
It stands to reason that the nearby spatial structure has not changed too drastically. Let us check the high ground nearby first. Perhaps we will find other clues.
Okay, but before that, let's put this part of the key into the device.
Into the device it goes. Ah, interesting.
No enemies came through just now, did they?
Only half the key was inserted, so only about that much of it was restored.
This way. It seems there is a path leading higher up.
Right. Let's take a look.
An ambush!
Okay, here we go.
With one strike! Face me! It is over!
Don't get scorched. That'll help.
Oh, we're slideshowing. We're slideshowing. Hell yeah, I love that. Okay. I don't know how to play this at all. I thought there was a way to, like, parry with her shield.
Tactical deployment.
Maybe we'll figure it out later. We need like a big guy, a big monster.
What was that sound?
I think the pause was a parry. I see.
Bringer? But how?
It's not so unusual. Hollows are full of echoes of the
I think it was just one EX.
Voice with no visible source. That isn't common, is it?
Like they have, like she got a shield for a reason, dog. Like let me use it. Come on now.
Let's take a look around here.
I see it. The other half of the key is. I should be able to unlock this path if I hack the robot.
She throws it. What are we doing?
I did not realize you were capable of such things.
I've dealt with all sorts of things on the island, but anyway.
Yo, wait, what is her idol? Is her idol her sitting on the thing? Is it her leaning on her like spear? I thought I saw that whenever we were gone. What? That's sick! She's so cool. Yo, she's so tough. Yo, she's so tough. She's just aura farming straight up. That's so cool. Okay, alright. She takes a little nappy.
Seems we'll need to find another way around.
I like how when she walks, she sounds like a horse. You could hear like that clump, 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 clump. She's clip-clopping, chat. She's clip-clopping. She's a clip-clopper. Clip-clopping. Yippee. More stuff. This is amazing. Yeah, amazing. Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop.
So predictable. You can't run.
All my strength in one strike. Hyrois.
I do think I like how it's like 3 Sigrids, like running. This swimsuit is too cute. I'm very sad that we probably will not get the swimsuit though. But we'll get 1 Sigrid on this account and then call it a day.
If we hack the drone, the path should open.
Why not? We only have 1 swimsuit. It's Suna. I mean, maybe. Well, I'll think about it. It is really good. It is real good. Her swimsuit is good. What if chat funds it on main? Sigrid on main? But like that's what chat did with...
That voice.
Oh, I mean the skin.
That's Joyous. He's likely been dead for a very long time.
Yeah, but why would we get the Sigrid skin on main if we're not gonna get Sigrid, you know? Someone in chat got me my Hugo, and I like never play Hugo, and that's just like the sick truth, unfortunately. But like maybe I'll think about it. I don't want to get too many skins on alt because people will be like you're free to play plus. But I do think her summer skin is kind of cool, so we'll see. I guess we'll see how the pulls go. We'll see how the polls go.
Move out.
Do I need to go back on this thing, or do I need to just go this way? You nearly gave me a heart attack.
I truly do miss who I used to be.
Oh, that's not fun to hear. That is not fun to hear. That's not fun to hear. I miss who I used to be. That's so sad.
The ethereals in this area are gathering again.
Is it just me? Or do the ethereals seem interested in the Meridian Hall key too?
Perhaps that's just because it's
Yo, that's too real. I agree.
Frost and lightning.
Damn, that's too real.
Go and take the key.
Too real.
You've been left here all this time.
Poor thing.
Poor thing. Now, I'll take you to fulfill your purpose.
I'm already going for Arya to complete the angels. Yeah, I'm glad I got my angels already on like both accounts. Echoes of the past, the beginning of a miracle.
I know. A moment like this does call for celebration. Just as it did back then.
What is she talking about, dog?
Remielle, that voice. Is that...
Yes. That's Belly.
Oh. What?
Alright, we have the key. Let's head back.
Stop, her dead girlfriend. No.
Goodbye.
Man.
My old friends.
No, stop. You're making me so sad. I can't do this anymore.
Celebrate.
The echoes in the hollow. They really know how to ruin them.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Tactical deployment.
That stinks, man. Oops, my bad, wrong button. Tactical, real, very tactical. Man, like hearing the echoes of the past is like super depressing.
It worked. The Meridian Hall has been fully restored.
The Meridian Hall.
Well, that went rather smoothly. Let's hope everything inside is fine as well.
I like how she was
This
just
is where the
hanging out.
Rosetta Data was born.
I miss Nineveh, to be honest. You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
The space here is still shifting. The entire building should have returned to its original state by now, should it not?
I like how her ears twitching.
Perhaps there's a delay. The device is over 100 years old after all.
She's so
A
chill
little
like that.
instability is to be expected, I suppose. It seems the environmental changes won't affect our exploration much.
Let us keep moving forward.
Why are there ethereals here as
Oh,
well?
okay.
If you aren't paying rent, I'm afraid I must ask you to move out.
Yo, okay.
Cherish the time you still have to feel regret.
Listen, you're not paying rent, so you have to go.
The space was hidden. No wonder so many ethereals gathered here.
Take them down.
I like how Wise just has a gun.
Is this the last one?
Oh, it's this
I
guy.
was expecting something a little tougher.
Victory! One step ahead. Offensive
Oh, stop. I want Hans, but we'll see if I have a dream soon changes my mind. Yeah, no, like she's super cool, but since I don't play ice attackers, I can't bring myself to get her on main.
Leave nothing standing. Surrender now.
There it is, the device we're after.
Gonna go bed? It
What
is
comes
super
next?
late.
Only you can do.
Good night. It is super duper late. We've been live for so long also. The 6.5
This is the
hour.
prototype they used to verify Rosetta data.
The equipment was not damaged in that fight, was
And
it?
good night. We don't play Hugo, so Totalize is dog shit. Ellen fell off. But like, and Miyabi's Anomaly, and sometimes we play Miyabi, but still. But like, I don't. Secret will fall off eventually also. Just give it like a year.
looks intact
Trust
on
me,
the
the
outside.
same song
It's a
and dance will
prototype, but
happen.
the modules aren't
Unfortunately.
that
Not like I
different from
want it to be
modern
like that,
systems.
but it will definitely be like that.
I think it should be fine.
This is it.
This is it.
You can't say that when it will be true. I just know how gacha works, unfortunately. Within a year, there will be another ice attacker who is much better.
We did it!
We hacked into the system.
Seeing these screens light up again after all this time feels
I just play
strange.
characters because I like them. Yeah, that's why we play
Can you
Yadhari.
work with it?
We like Yadhari.
Anything unclear?
No issues so far. If anything, it's been suspiciously smooth.
Suspiciously
This system
smooth.
feels remarkably similar to the HDD. Next, I'll connect to Prophet Boo. He'll act as a relay node and mask our Rosetta data request.
Do
as
you play
normal
Yadhari
traffic.
though? I hardly
To
see
minimize
it. Only when
exposure,
chat
we'll
makes
only pull
me.
essential data from the CCD.
Only when chat
and
forces
handle
me.
the rest locally. I only managed to install the essential modules on Prophet Boo, and with most of the bandwidth reserved for Rosetta data transmission, the connection may be a little rough.
Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, that's Griff.
I don't know why, but fishing hasn't been working for a while. Like, it's just been like down. It like doesn't like process for
Need
some
anything from us,
reason.
Wise?
Maybe like fishing crashed or something.
Thanks, but
It's like open,
not right
but it's
now.
not like working.
I've got this.
Understood. We will keep watch for any ethereals and keep the area secure.
Link
It says we're
bandwidth
logged
stable.
in also, which is
Traffic
super
disguise
weird.
deployed. Target side response
Just not
seems
working
normal.
for some reason.
Starting designated path prediction calculations.
I don't know.
As expected of a hollow specialist, the aura is completely different. Watching him, it truly occurred to me that Rosetta data was born here.
Yes. Exactly.
Link bandwidth stable. Verification unit synchronization
Sunbringer.
complete.
Crazy.
Professor, can you hear me? We can begin with data extraction. Everyone, I believe.
Whoa, she looks so crazy here.
I
What?
must now inform you of a major situation.
What?
The theoretical verification of Rosetta
Big
data
tail!
is complete.
A massive
It was a
a
resounding
floofer.
Oh, is that how one delivers good news? You nearly gave me a heart attack.
Big
I believe this is due to Miss
floofers.
Sunbringer practicing the composure training I recommended.
Look at Swordmaster!
How many more people do you intend to torment with your family's strange tradition?
That's her coat? That's not her fucking coat. That's her tail.
That's quite the commotion.
Whoa!
I take it the
Yo,
experiment
look at
was a
Joyous.
success.
So edgy.
Yes, very much so. It would have been even more successful if the core technology provider had simply stayed asleep.
She got cute
Even a
ears
little
too.
map
She
earns me
does.
that much grief. I was merely showing
Also, look at
full
Talus. I took a
confidence
photo
in
of
my
it.
colleagues'
I took a
professional
photo.
competence.
I saw the sword.
Besides, today's success is only the first
She got them
step
big
toward taking
floppers.
back the world.
All right, all right. At a time like this, why not be honest and express a little joy? Even if the Rosetta data is only the beginning, it is still the beginning of a miracle. Let us celebrate properly, shall we? And Professor Arke, don't even think about skipping it.
Oh, you can only do auto.
Then, let's throw a party, like the one Mayflower
Drinks!
treated us to last time.
It's wrapped in cloth
Don't tell me
because
you're
there's
planning to drink
no
until the
sheath had
next
been made
morning
yet.
again.
That's so
The
fascinating
professor
though.
will throw him out just like last time.
Then let
I
us
just
hold
like how she
bowl
was like
with
a
soft drinks
deadpan
only.
stare.
Hey, you people.
You people.
Back then,
We thought taking back the world was only a matter of
Look
time.
at Sunbringer's fingers.
As long as our companions were by our side, there was nothing
They look like doll joints? Oh, crazy.
We could even go anywhere. In the end, none of us reached the promised destination.
Time passes. I mean, that is how time passes.
Finally. That should take care of it.
Mr. Wise, how did it go?
Everything went smoothly. Now all that's left is to use this data to... Remielle, is something wrong?
No, I'm all right. I simply, wanted a little more time to look around. This place brings back memories of some old friends.
You okay?
Are you sure you're okay, Remielle?
I'm perfectly fine, really.
I'm
now that
okay.
the calculations are done, let's head back. If we stay much longer, we'll miss tonight's banquet.
Yeah, we can't do that. Time to go. But like, yeah, if she is like an old construct from 100 years ago, it makes sense that she would kind of be like a doll, you know? Back to the hideout. While calibrating. I fucking hate YouTube, but me too sometimes.
This should be everything. Here, Secret. You got my instructions earlier, right?
Yes, Mr. Wise. I simply need to place these devices at your designated locations, correct?
Yeah. Once the imposter appears, I'll activate the devices and create a small singularity leakage at the venue.
Meanwhile, I'll use Thamiel's power to immobilize both it and everyone at the venue. Then, before it has time to react, I'll drag it through the leakage and into the hollow. Finally, we subdue it and rescue Dracena.
Very well.
Very well.
Understood. I will do everything in my power to help you enter the venue unnoticed.
Okay.
However, if the worst case scenario occurs, if, in the end, our conclusions are proven wrong, and
We found a
this was all
copyright
fabricated by
claim.
Mr.
Okay,
Wise,
show me. And it's like, no. Yeah, I hate that shit with
Place
YouTube
where you arrest
also.
both the fugitive who
I
attempted
can't.
to assassinate Aldreda and the fugitive who attempted to assassinate Dracena. I imagine Wise would have no objections to that, would you?
No, I promise.
Then, may none of us betray the trust we have placed in each other.
All right.
There is a balcony outside the banquet hall. The door to that balcony will be locked today, so you two can stay there until the banquet begins.
I know. YouTube's gone
When the
to shit
music
recently.
begins,
I don't know what about
that
it.
signals the start of the banquet. The guests will share the first dance.
They like want to shove all
Once
these
that happens,
weird
you
like
can head directly above the hall
AI
and prepare to act.
like new features, and I just like don't care about any of it.
Got it.
Let me in. None of them are necessary either. The YouTube like
here.
features that are like ass. Yeah, no, I agree.
Next, I will head in and set up the device. There is surveillance cameras above the hall.
I agree.
Wise, you can connect to them from your
I
end
agree.
and confirm the situation.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Sorry, I'm like tapped out. My bad. Got it.
All right then. Please stay here and keep yourselves hidden. I will take my leave now.
Let's use the camera to check on Sigrid.
Remielle. I didn't expect you at a ball of all places. Is something wrong with the ball? Nothing, it's just quite a coincidence. Reminds me of old memories. Back in the day, I mean way back, I actually loved to dance. Aw. She's so cute. I hate it. She's gonna like pass away, and I'm not ready for that.
This is a pretty good spot. I'm in. Oh no, a soldier's coming this way. What's going on?
Can you two hear me fine? All devices are in position. Mr. Wise, you have the exact locations in sight, yes?
Yes, I see them. But what happened just now?
Ah, you mean the soldier who came to speak to me. He asked me what was inside, and I said, this was specially prepared for Lady Dracaena. He then said, oh, I see. A heart-to-heart over dessert. On the floor, no doubt. I can hardly wait.
Okay.
Can't believe I've grown used to the strange things that happen around her.
The welcome banquet is about to begin, so I must take my leave now. I wish you two luck.
Honored guests who have traveled all this way from the surface of New Eridu, welcome to Rose Califer.
Oh, it's starting. Come on. We should make our way up, too.
All right, I'll take the side fire escape.
Why go through all that trouble?
Whoa, wait!
Whoa, wait.
Follow the music and dance with our partners. May we all have a wonderful evening.
Everyone down there is dancing. Once the music ends, Greta Blulu will show up. Okay, I'm ready.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Remielle, stay down. What if someone sees you?
Why would they? On such a beautiful night with lovely music. Surely everyone's eyes are on their dance partner.
Whoa!
And you?
Yeah.
You were so calm a moment ago. Why so nervous now, Mr. Honor Student?
No matter how we frame it, what we're about to do could be considered an assassination.
To the unsuspecting crowd below, we must look like a pair of unforgivable criminals. Relax. I've witnessed spectacles far grander than this. Oh, right. The music won't end for a while yet. So, to settle those nerves, shall we share a dance of our own?
Ooh, yeah. Say less,
Dancing?
queen. Say
Right
less.
here?
Yeah,
Right
yeah,
now?
yeah. Yes. Say less.
Is this really the time for that?
You're already my partner in crime. It's a little late to worry about propriety.
For the record, I've never really danced before. If I step on your foot, please don't blame me.
Whoa! Oh my god. Ooh! Oh!
You know, Wise. I've actually been keeping something from you. And you're definitely gonna be mad once you know the truth.
Wait.
But what can you do when your partner turns out to be a liar?
Lady Dracaena is here.
Everyone stay right where you are. After you, Lady Dracaena.
Interesting. Whoa.
Remy?
I'm sorry, Wise. As this dance draws to a close, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Wait, no.
Wise, you almost made me forget that I no longer belong to this era. I almost forgot that I was meant to fly into the abyss alone. There's still a place for you to go back to. So from here on, let me handle this on my own.
If you're that eager to die, then so be it!
You're forcing the Enchainer transformation.
What?
Then bring it on.
Remielle!
Whoa, he sometimes broke. He broke free from it. Whoa.
Shoulder this burden alone.
That's crazy. Okay, hello? Oh my god. There's so much happening, but I can't believe she wanted to go alone. I mean, I guess I understand, but still. Whoa.
Remielle, if you ever freeze me with those feathers again, I'm plucking you like a chicken.
Ooh, okay.
Wise, why are you here?
Didn't I? Yeah, how did he?
You're the one who said we were partners in crime. Who leaves their partner behind like that?
Sorry.
You can apologize after this is over. What just happened? And what's that huge ether glow over there?
That's Gerta Blulu's cocoon.
The cocoon?
Since we ruined its plans, it's trying to absorb nearby ether to make up for the energy deficit and force its fusion with the Karma Core. And completely devour Dracaena. I can't be certain how much longer she can hold on.
Is there any way to stop it?
Do you see those new ether growths nearby? Gerta Blulu created them. They're basically doing the equivalent of a blood transfusion, gathering ether from the air and feeding it into the rapidly growing cocoon. In other words, if we cut off those growths, we can stop the cocoon from growing any further.
Okay.
Are there any main arteries among those blood vessels?
Sharp as ever. Good. I found 2 in total. Sever them both, and the energy supply across this entire area will fail. Then we can destroy the cocoon. Now that player 2 has joined the game. Let's get ready to clear the stage at double speed.
Sure, I guess. Oh boy. Oh, we're just as Pyrois and only as Pyrois now. Dog, what the heck? Oh boy. Okay, time to go.
The space here is unstable. Watch your step.
I'll watch the tracks. Wait for me at the end.
Move carefully. Wise, the cocoon's doing something. Watch out!
The cocoon is sending out blasts at intervals.
When they explode, get to the nearest cover immediately.
That's it. That's the first artery.
How do I get over there?
The frequency of the blasts is increasing. I need to find a way into the next area.
This may get a little rough. Be careful.
Oh, we're moving. Oh, we are moving. We are moving.
Its activity level is still climbing.
Don't panic. Whatever happens, stay clear of the blast.
Understood.
The target growth is just ahead. I'll leave it to you, Wise. This route looks safer. Go this way.
Remielle, how's the cocoon looking?
Remielle?
Seems to be even more active than before. What a nuisance.
The blasts have grown stronger again.
Wise, take the tracks to the next target.
Not good.
Not good.
I'll think of something.
Oh, okay.
Using the rail car as cover. I'm impressed. We're approaching the second target group.
Destroy it, and the cocoon's growth should stop completely.
Oh, fucker.
I'll clear a path for you. Go!
You know, there is an achievement there, I guess, so fuck it. Oh shit, it's so fucked.
This way. We're nearly there.
Uh-oh.
Close closer against the cocoon, the stronger its reaction becomes.
That only proves you've got it cornered. Move in during the gap between explosions. Wise, ready to punch right through it?
Ready.
Match my rhythm.
Oh, okay.
Now.
Yo, she really said
Don't let your guard
switch.
down.
Yo, she really just SAO'd them.
Too late. Evolution complete.
Together.
Time to fight, I guess. Oh boy, I'm stressed. My hands are sweaty, chat. I'm nervous.
I had no idea ethereals could be so talkative. Then let those be your final words in this world.
Uh-oh.
It devoured half of itself just to keep fighting. Is this how a beast born from the Hollow thinks?
Sight. Let's put it out of its misery.
A single moment can become eternity.
There's so much happening. Yeah, no, I very much agree. There's a lot happening.
Attack! Everlasting flames! Restraint!
The wind rises. This light is for you.
Oh boy. Come back! Oh, oh god.
Wield the blade with me! A clear path to victory!
Oh!
The tables have turned. Don't fret. All will soon be calm.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Oh my god.
Don't get scorched by the light.
How'd my pulls go? They went pretty okay.
Torching sun!
They went pretty okay.
Strike down! Almost there. Expose its cord!
Hang in there. Follow my lead.
It could have been worse, that's for sure. Yeah, they could have been worse, that's for sure.
Getting away. We have to catch it.
Wise, you should take a breather. Now
I don't know if Saucy agrees with that. Saucy's pulls kind of went really bad. I think Saucy's pulls could have gone a little bit better, but everyone else's could have gone way worse.
Remy!
Whoa, we're
Capture it alive and save
flying.
Dracena
Oh my
from
god.
inside the core.
Whoa, okay.
It's been a long time since I fought in the skies. But this is my domain.
This is my domain.
Show me what else you have. Guard up, Lulu!
It's charging up. Get ready for a ranged attack.
Oh? You wish to test your firepower against mine. Vanishing one, are you?
Ooh.
Hoping to catch me.
What a cool fight. Damn. There we go.
Always attacking from behind. Can't you face me head on? Unfortunately for you, I don't leave open. Bringing down the pillars to block my path again. Out of my way.
This is awesome. Yeah, this is so cool. What the heck?
Its core is nearly exposed.
And that's checkmate, monster. I hope you enjoy this dance of death.
I meant the pulls, but yeah, I like the series. Yeah, no, both are good. You know, both are good. Both are good. Checkmate.
Dracena is inside its core.
I'll handle this.
Maybe don't touch it. Dracena.
She's still alive, but fading quickly.
I'll stabilize her ether activity.
Maybe we pay attention. Maybe, whoa. Oh my god, Bashmu ate it? Maybe he didn't like, maybe he didn't like completely devour it. He just kind of grabbed him in the mouth.
I'm fine. Forget chasing that big one. Saving Dracena is what matters now. We still need to see this little act through to the end, don't we?
Yeah. No!
Suspect's location confirmed. All units, combat readiness level 1.
Secret, what the fuck? Are we okay?
Wanted criminal Remielle Dan. You would do well not to resist in vain.
Linvern? Why is she here? Isn't she supposed to be in Virium? I don't understand the situation yet, but I need to explain this to her.
You there, unfamiliar face. I do not know your identity.
Huh?
But if you have nothing to do with this, do not act rashly. Our first priority is to ensure Lady Dracena's safety and arrest the criminal who attempted to take her life. If you understand your position, remain silent and do not interfere with our official duties.
Secret? Is she signaling me not to interfere? Why would she do that? What happened while I was out?
Remielle, hand over Dracena beside you. Do not try anything foolish.
You mean this little one? I was beginning to tire of her anyway. Take her back. She's still breathing. Whether she survives is up to you.
Remielle, why does it feel like you expected this? What exactly are you trying to pull?
I thought this little one's disappearance would throw you all into chaos. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. How dull. Time to bring this game to a close.
The former Void Hunter Remielle Dan.
This guy's shaking in his boots right now. Oh my god.
But why? Why would she be the one?
I mean,
to
like, if
attempt
I
to
was being put
assassinate
up
Lady
against
Sunbreak?
Void Hunter, I would also be
Lady
kind of
Linvern had not rushed
scared.
back from Virium in time. Who knows what would have?
Lady Linvern went out of her way to bring us here, so that we might witness the legendary Void Hunter's arrest alongside the soldiers. Quite a sight. However, as a TOPS member, I am far more concerned with the truth behind another assault.
Dude, he is
Owen,
shaking.
I know what you mean, but I believe the answer lies with the very same person. Answer me, Remielle. Was it you who abducted Dracena at the welcome banquet and left her gravely injured?
What? Her saying naturally?
Were you
No.
also the one who infiltrated the computing center and attempted to murder Truvia, High Ambitions Corp's lead researcher?
Yes, that was me.
Wait, what?
What? You... why?
Oh, wait. That's not what happened. The one who hurt Truvia was... Right. Without seeing it firsthand, no one would believe Lady Dracena was nearly devoured and assimilated by Gerta Blulu. Remielle, don't tell me this was all for...
I did not expect you to admit it so readily. You understand what your actions mean, do you not?
Of all times, now is when I've reached my limit. What a pain. It's not over yet.
Remielle, do not attempt to resist.
No, I won't resist. I'll simply vanish right before your eyes in an instant.
Wait, what?
Sorry, but I'm done being a spectator.
Oh!
This performance of yours, you wouldn't mind one more joining in, would you?
You want to share the stage with someone like me?
Let's finish this act together.
What are you trying to do?
Rescuing my partner in crime. Until we meet again.
That's crazy. What? Like what? Oh my god, what? Is Rena's engine worth buying? Buying? You can get that shit for free, dog.
No. Look away.
It's okay now. Remielle.
Please don't. Don't look at me.
Buying, no. Pulling randomly,
Okay,
yes.
I
I'd agree with that statement.
I won't look.
Thank you.
So, why didn't you tell me sooner? About your plan with Sigrid and Lady Linvern?
Because you and I are different. You still have somewhere to return to, but I do not. The era I knew, the people I loved, those memories, they're all long gone. So, I can't drag you into this.
You really are impossibly headstrong, Remielle. You're the one who called me your partner in crime. You're the one who held me together on that rainy night. And now you're leaving me behind? Did you forget you're over 100 years old already? How long are you going to keep acting like a cranky child? I get it. Sometimes, someone has to step up and do what must be done. What happened to Dracena and to Truvia? Someone has to answer for all of it. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden all alone. Didn't you call me your partner in crime? Then act like it. Doing bad things together, running away together, getting ourselves wanted together. That's what partners do. What kind of partner takes all the heat alone? What kind of friend does that?
You really are getting more silver-tongued by the day, Wise.
I'm not trying to sweet-talk you. Can't you tell I'm really mad right now?
I can hear it, Wise. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that, my dear partner in crime.
So, what are you gonna do now?
The moon.
I think I'll return to my refuge and rest for a while. The signs of the Enchainer transformation seem stable for now. There shouldn't be any major issues. As for what comes next, I'll leave that to Linvern in secret. I'm a little tired.
I'm a little tired.
Then
I'm
going to-
tired too.
There's no need for that. I can walk on my own now. I know what you're thinking. I can't let Remielle out of my sight again, or who knows what outrageous thing she'll do on her own, right? I promise, this time I won't go anywhere. Really, I only want to rest by myself for a while.
No,
Once I've recovered a little more.
Spoilers!
I'll come
Eat!
see
Yeah,
you
I'm
again.
sorry.
I promise.
The fishing is down also. I don't know what happened with that. It's like open but not working. Before you can answer, you hear a sound of wings beating behind you. You two will see each other again, right? But will we see her again?
Oh, Wise, over here. Have some bacon.
Ketchup or mayo, manager? I've got motor oil on the table too, if that's more your thing.
Would you like an egg, Wise?
I want to be depressed and not eat. Are you guys being overly friendly today for any reason?
Is it just me, or are you guys being overly friendly today?
How can you say that? It's only been a day, and you're already skin and bones.
Manager, breakfast is a sacred tradition at Amber Hall, and everyone's got to have their fill. Besides, when Valina and Norma stopped by last night, they were just as...
Seriously, that was way too close. I was so worried. Whew, thank goodness everything worked out.
Yeah, thankfully.
You're still worried about Truvia, aren't you? I think she's still in intensive care. Come in.
Doorbell time.
Please excuse the intrusion.
Oh,
Hey everyone. Sorry for dropping by unannounced.
the Linvern. Hello.
What?
The lady somewhere.
Oh, please. Linvern is fine. I can never get used to being lady this and lady that. Do I really look that old?
Are you coming to take me
Whoa,
away?
Now that's a breakfast spread I'll have to try myself sometime. But first, let's get down to business.
Forgive the early visit, but we bring good news. Miss Truvia has been stabilized. She is still unconscious.
Wait, Truvia's alive?
but no longer in critical condition.
Really?
Really?
That's crazy.
That's a relief. I'm glad to hear that.
And allow me to formally thank you on behalf of Rose Califer. It's because of your
The
efforts
heck?
that we
She
get to
got
have peaceful
impaled.
mornings
How
like
is
this
she
one.
alive? The heck?
I can't take all the credit. I only did what I had to. And I owe all of you, too. Sorry for not thinking about what would happen after everything.
Wise, I owe you an apology. Remielle and I.
Yeah,
took
yeah,
our
she got
plan
like
from you,
impaled
but
through her
it was not
entire
because
body.
we
I don't
doubted you.
understand.
Rather,
I know. You were just
Must
worried
have
about
took
me
the
and
hit
didn't
to
want
the
anything bad to
shoulder.
happen. But there's something I need to ask. Now that Remielle's cooperating with you, what's going to happen to her?
Actually, we'll be taking her to Virium soon. Oh, relax. Not as a criminal, but as a friend who needs our protection. As for her ongoing Enchainer transformation, we can treat it with Porceloy. In return, she'll help us stabilize Dracina's condition with her unique ability.
How is Lady Dracina doing now? Why does this all sound so serious?
Because you're completely out of the loop, you silly snake. It is
Her
serious.
condition isn't great, but Flint Workshop is keeping things under control for now. Oh, right. Remielle knew we were coming, so she asked me to pass along a message. She's already waiting for you at the usual
The stab is crazy.
Right now? She really does love catching people off guard.
Hey Weiss, aren't you going to see Remielle? Why are you going upstairs?
Cecilia, curiosity isn't always a virtue, you know.
And main story, Into the Abyss with you.
Remielle. Is she really alright?
Is she in our room? She is. Hello.
Rawr.
Rawr.
Good morning. Rawr.
There he is. Mr. Roar as Remielle.
Wait, that won't work at all. How does the enormous Mr. Roar even disguise himself as me? Although, he might pass if we give him a pair of fake wings.
Mr. Roar in your clothes? No, I think not.
I need artists to get on that ASAP.
how I
Mr.
imagine it.
Roar in a Remielle outfit, please and thank you.
I thought it might be cute.
I'm really struggling to see the appeal. Anyway, you're
I'm
here early.
on it.
Did you come to say goodbye?
I guess you can say so. Though it's only for the time being. Linvern and the others probably mentioned it already. I'll be recovering in Virium, and while I'm there, I'll help stabilize Dracina's condition.
Lady Dracina. What exactly is happening to her?
She will likely remain unconscious for a long while. After all, having a karma core taken from you is no trivial matter.
So they took her karma
misjudged the
core?
situation. At the
Dude.
time, I thought the karma core was still inside her. So when Bashmu suddenly appeared, I paid it little mind.
So that's why
But
Bashmu
the truth
ate
was,
whatever.
while we managed to rescue
Gerta
Dracina,
Blulu.
the karma core remained inside Gerta Blulu and was devoured by Bashmu.
That makes more sense why they ate it and left.
That can't be good. Does that mean Bashmu becomes the Enchainer instead of Gerta Blulu?
Yes, it seems far more intelligent than Gerta Blulu. But of course, the culprit behind all this may have planned it that way from the beginning. Clearly, Gerta Blulu couldn't have done it. So, who lured it to Buastrom with the singularity leakage?
The real culprit is still hiding somewhere in Rose Califer.
Correct. Though, I don't think we need to worry too much at the moment. Dracina likely only possessed 1/3 of the karma core, which means the other 2 parts are still inside Eldreda and Linvern.
Right. I wanted to ask. You said karma cores are sealed in Void Hunter weapons. But why is Lady Sunbringer split into 3 and stored in 3 different bodies? What's really going on with her?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I'm asking.
Void Hunter weapons. Perhaps that's what the Sunbringers truly are.
What?
Oh,
Huh?
come to think of it, I don't think I've told you yet. The truth behind the so-called attempted assassination of Lady Sunbringer. The truth is, I really did come to Rose Califer in search of Sunbringer. Not the 3 who stand here today, but the one I once knew. And then I saw Eldreda. Do you know that strange feeling? How someone can look so much like her yet not be her. Somehow, after reclaiming Thaumiel, the remnant inside it resonated with the karma core fragment in me, and suddenly I was able to sense the karma cores within the Sunbringers, which is very strange. Sunbringer didn't fuse with the karma core and become an enchainer. Rather, the karma core was divided into 3 parts and stored within the 3 Sunbringers, which is just like Void Hunter weapons.
Huh? Okay. Alright.
You mean the 3 Lady Sunbringers we've met?
They're living Void Hunters?
Living Void Hunter weapons?
What the fuck?
No. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's only a working theory.
Working
there are
theory.
still plenty of gaps in it, but it does already answer a lot of questions. The most important question I have is, where is the Sunbringer I knew? I don't believe she would die so easily. Yet somehow, she just vanished from everyone's memories one day, and then she became the 3 Sunbringers we know. So until I find my answer, I suspect I'll be staying in Rose Califer for quite some time. Still,
Not the
some
long goodbye,
proper
but the
rest is
long
greatly
stay.
appreciated. At least for the next few days.
There should still be breakfast downstairs. Wait here for a sec. I'll go bring some up for you.
Here, take some food.
How many times have I told you before? You really, really need to stop sneaking up on people like a ghost. You and that emotionless girl. Do you really have to show up every time someone's having a pleasant moment? I agreed to join this little covenant of yours, but I did not agree to being stalked all day and harassed whenever you feel like it.
Remielle, do you truly believe the Sunbringers are Void Hunter weapons?
Of course not.
Then why tell him something you know isn't true?
What?
What's the matter? I merely told a small lie. Hardly the first time. Why? Are you getting nervous?
Don't answer my question with another question, Remielle.
Oh, all right, fine. I'll explain. It's simple. Because sooner or later, he's going to uncover the truth behind the Sunbringers. Whether I tell him or not. But now is not the time to reveal the answer yet. For his sake, for the 3 Sunbringers, and for Rose Califer.
So, you don't think the 3 of them know who they truly are, either?
Perhaps. I can't say for certain myself.
Actually playing the long game for sure.
You know
Yeah,
the
I
truth.
agree. This woman.
So do I.
This fucking
There's
woman.
only ever been one question of
This
real
woman.
importance to us. The Sunbringer I once knew. And the Sunbringer you've been searching for. Where is she?
At the same time, somewhere in Boo Ashram, this grandma.
How pitiful.
How pitiful.
What do they call that monster again? Right.
Gertabulu.
To think it wounded you this badly. Its will to survive is truly frightening. It also got a lot
Oh
smarter
my god, he's
ever since it
hot.
made contact with
Oh
the
my
Karma
god.
Core. Came embarrassingly close to actually pulling it off.
Oh, he's hot.
How impressive. But do not worry. Our old classmate still handled everything.
Also clearly evil.
Come to think of it, I always did enjoy doing the unexpected.
Ooh.
But you are terrible at adapting on the fly.
No, he's not hot. He's evil
why
and
you
he's
keep
hot. And I want him
Again
underneath me.
Again
Ooh.
and again.
Ooh. Ah.
Why not? Simply admit that you are worthless.
Crazy.
Just kidding.
Just
You
kidding.
would never accept this outcome, would you? That's enough for an infirmary visit. I have something I must do.
What?
And I look forward.
Oh, the
performance
knife and the apple goes
in the next
hard. Wait a second. Okay, so he called Truvia worthless? The fuck? I wonder if she knows he's alive. I don't know either. That's crazy. What the heck? That last part was insane. That was crazy. What the heck? What the actual heck? Damn, son. Alright. Sheesh. 10 out of 10 story. But I do kind of agree that there's like a lot unanswered. So I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I do agree. There's a lot unanswered. There was a lot told, but a lot unanswered. I thought this was great though. Confirm Truvia not evil. I don't know. I'm still unsure about the Truvia storyteller stuff. Clearly Serpico is evil. Like there's no way he's not, right? Like I don't know. There's just so many unanswered questions that I have. I thought the story was good though. I thought it was a little long, but that's okay. You know, anniversary story, that's fine. But damn, alright. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, they're not gonna make Serpico playable ever. So there's my... you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter anymore. He'll never be playable. He'll be a boss, probably. I kind of agree with he'll probably be a boss. Or he'll just, like, die off or whatever, you know? But damn. Alright. He looks so good, though. That last bit was so good. That last bit was so good, though. My god. What was that one thing? Take damage from the explosive shockwave. I'm glad we got that secret hidden achievement, I guess. That's kind of nice. Woman love evil asshole guy, I guess. Yeah, that's my type. Yeah, that's my type right there. Evil man. Hot evil man, thank you. Hot evil man, thank you. Hot evil man, thank you. Thank you. This is my side account, by the way. This is what we got working with. No void hunters on this one. No void hunters. No nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. I don't even have like a standard over here. It's my side account. I need more Monato though. But I guess we'll change the A ranks when we pull for Sigrid. This is where we're gonna pull for Sigrid. We're gonna get Sigrid on this account. Damn. Okay, so thoughts on the story chat. What would you rate it as? Like a 1 out of 10? What do you think in the 3.1 story? Like good, bad. I thought it was like a 7 or 8. Yeah, I can see 7 or 8. I'm not quite sure if it was like a all completely like 10 out of 10, but there were some 10 moments. There was definitely a very, very many like 10 moments where I was like super into it. I did like it a lot. I think seeing the story from Weiss's POV was definitely way more entertaining than seeing it from Belle's POV, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll play through the story probably offline on my main account and just like skip through some stuff and like see how it is on Belle's side, but it's like whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Insane! I don't know how we're gonna get through heckin' DA, but we'll figure it out one way or another. I'm still building all the characters over here. I haven't been in this account in a hot second, mostly because my PC's been down for forever, so there's that. But yeah, I liked it. I thought the story was pretty okay. I could probably get you like 4 out of 6 stars. We just have to like finish building people. That's like the problem.
You know I would never turn you down.
I just gotta finish building people. If I like cap out their skills, I think we could like start clearing. This is where I have my Promea also, since I don't have Promea on my main account. But I got the fusion compiler on her. Yo, I didn't realize Promea has a mole right here. What the heck? That's crazy. But yeah, the work in progress, obviously. Very much like a work in progress. You know. I gotta finish everyone. This is definitely a work in progress. But yeah, this will be our tryhard account. So we'll see. Incorrect noise on Veli. She wants ER engine. I don't really matter. I don't think it actually matters. I don't have a weapon for her. I'm not gonna use another weapon. This weapon is fine. I've cleared DA with this weapon. Listen, we have this weapon here, and we have this weapon here. And where's the other one? Where's the other event W engine? Oh, I don't know where it is. I have another. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, cry about it. The event engine isn't bad, but is it like is it meta? I don't think it's meta, but it's not like the worst thing ever. We got Lucia. We did get Lucia for free, so that's awesome. We'll build Monato, Lucia, and and Norma team. That'll probably be our fire, whatever. Alt account isn't meant to be meta. Yeah, it's meant to be try hard. The try hard account. No Void Hunters. Event W engines. No Yuzuha. It's going real hard. It's going real hard. But alright, chat. I guess we're gonna raid out. We'll raid, who's online? We'll probably raid... I think I saw... Is Lilia still online? Maybe yes, maybe no. Lilia is still online. Az is in the middle of the story. I think Lilia is also in the story. Lilia is like 4.5 hours into stream. We'll raid her. We'll raid her. But thank you for hanging out, chat. I appreciate it. We did a 7.5 hour stream. A long one. So, yeah, go hang out with her. I see you tomorrow. We'll do M6 Jane Doe shenanigans, okay? And use our M2 Remielle. Alright? I see you tomorrow, though, okay? I'm gonna go upload this to YouTube.